What do you think, ladies and gentlemen? Is it really broadcasting? It's the most important thing in the whole world is my internet working. I'll tell you one thing. My headset ain't working. I can't hear nothing. That's really cool. Very cool. I can vaguely hear the music. Vaguely. My favorite part of every recording, making sure the stream works. Is it working? Is it working? Is it working? Ooh, she's working. Is it working? There we go. Now we're cooking with gas. Well, I wish I could. There we go. Now we got something going on here. I can finally hear the music. Alright, so this is Story of Seasons Wonderful Life for the PlayStation 5. Nintendo GameCube? No, I'm not. This will be my first experience with this. I think I might have played Harvest Moon: A Wonderful Life maybe once or twice. I might have the remake or whatever on PlayStation 2. And by on PlayStation 2, I mean on PlayStation 3. But I bought the PlayStation 2 game off of the PlayStation Network or something. I thought that this might be a remake of Back to Nature. I played a lot of Back to Nature as a kid. I was obsessed with it. I loved Harvest Moon, Back to Nature on the PlayStation 1. I loved that as a kid. But now I'm going to try this out. If you know me at all, then you know that I'm a farm boy and, born in Jerseyville, Illinois. Grew up around the area. I'm part of a farm family. The Story of Seasons series has never prepared me for farm life. I grew up in Alton, Illinois, and then eventually I joined the Navy, went around the world, did really cool stuff, and came back. And now I'm living out in the country for pretty much the first time in my life. And the Story of Seasons, the Harvest Moon series, it's never prepared me for life out here in the country. They've always been more of a garden simulator than a life or a farm simulator. The one thing that it's really missing is having like a bunch of people bang on a combine harvester for like 7 months. There's no button for percussive maintenance, so there's no button to bang on a piece of equipment that's not working. There's no button to yell at the piece of equipment that's not working. Those two things are entirely absent, so it's just not a very good sort of simulation of farm life. But whatever, you know. So my brother's here, my oldest little brother. So unfortunately, I'm probably going to be relatively silent for some of this playthrough because this is the first time I've been playing this game. Like I said, I thought this was a remake of Back to Nature on the PlayStation 1, but it is not. This is a remake of a completely different game. But hey, it was at the library. I could borrow it for free, so whatever. Let's go. I got DLC? What the hell is the DLC? Speaking of, by the way, I've got two cousins from my middle aunt. I've got a youngest aunt, I've got an oldest aunt, and I've got a middle aunt. And my middle aunt has two little boys of her own, and the youngest of those two boys plays an absurd amount of Farming Simulator. So, like, all of the Farming Simulators, from Farming Simulator 1 way back whenever, well, okay, so there is no DLC, I guess. I thought it was loading. But, he plays a lot of Farming Simulator, and I decided to try to, try it out with a free iPad version of the game. And it was so boring, it felt like my soul was being sucked out of my body. I had no idea that it was possible for there to be a game that was more boring than the real life activity. You know how crazy that is? To have the real life activity be more boring or less boring than the simulator. It was crazy. That's weird. You get to create your character? That's weird. Yeah, I'd say. That's the other thing, is like my grandfather has like 79 chainsaws. It's ridiculous the amount of chainsaws that he has. And now that I've been out in the country, now that I finally like live out here, I fucking fully understand. I probably have like 15 miter saws. Because they're like $10 at yeah, I believe it. 21 chainsaws. But I don't know. I have probably about 4 miter saws. Every time that a saw gets like too dull, I just buy another one. Like, it doesn't matter to me. Whatever. Sure. You can sharpen saws, but you gotta like put it in a bench vise and then like whip out a file. It's a pain in the ass. I have a bench vise and it's not attached to a bench. I think I got about 2 hoes. I've gone through about 3 shovels. Like in this game, in this whole series, that you get like one thing. Like you get like an axe, and it's always going to be there. It's always going to be fantastic. And the guy that you're playing as, the person that you're playing as, is in incredible shape. Even whenever you start, you just like go out there. He never complains about his back hurting. He has no neighbors that, you know, complain or call the cops on you at like 2 in the morning because they somehow or another miss the fact that they have a neighbor for years. That's a real story that actually happened to me. Stray dogs? Name my dog, let's go with an old one. No. Go with Yoshi. I had a dog named Yoshi whenever I was like, I don't know, 10. Oh, my house? I live in a pile of straw. The way this guy's looks is relatively accurate. Like he looks like a lot of people on a farm. They need to put more wrinkles in, but besides that, it's fine. How's a cow? Let's go with a classic. Bessie the cow. Yeah. My neighbors have cows, and at like 2 in the morning at some point in time, I had to go and like wake them up, name the farm. I'll be like my grandpa, I'll just name it, well, it's Matt's farm. That's the farm where Matt lives. Right, we're not cute out here in the country. I have like I actually have the farm phone. So the family farm phone, I have it. And I get a call about like 9 times a day from different people that creditors. They're always just like, hey, you want like $1,000 at 1,000% interest? And I'm like, no. And I just hang up. I have to hang up because, you know, I'm not the guy who makes the decisions for the farm. So I hang up on them and I hope that they'll call back in case my grandpa does want that deal, you know, whenever I give him back the farm phone. I got my own phone. It's an un-whatever phone. It's not a T-Mobile. It's not an AT&T. It's an un-whatever, you know. So I got that phone. And so I've got that phone, and but there's this like poor people phone program called Lifeline, and everybody who offers the Lifeline also wants the ACP, which is the Affordable Connectivity Program. It's Poor People Internet. Well, I've got Poor People Internet through PCs for People, and I don't want to switch. And so getting just the Lifeline is more and more of a pain in the ass. So I don't have it. But the one phone call that I get all the time is some like robot will, oh hey, it's me. Some sort of robot will call about the Google listing, and they're like, oh, the Google listing of your business isn't whatever enough. And I'm like, I don't care, and neither does my grandfather, and there's nothing I can do about it. If I block that number, then they'll just call from a different number, because no one out here in the country wants to be cute. Nobody out here in the country wants their farm to be named something like, I don't know, the Great Farm, the farm with free shit. Nobody wants you to find their farm. I'm guessing that this is for the they released this game for a bunch of different consoles, so they released it for the Nintendo Switch as well. I'm guessing this is more like a Switch thing. I'll give you the camera. See, this is another thing that's surprisingly enough. This is another thing that's not you know, here in real life is farm sprites. I biggest little brother who just asked if I've ever played Animal Crossing. I have New Leaf on the Switch, but I messed around with it for a while. I really couldn't get into it. Especially, like, the whole thing about it is the grind. That's the entire thing. Apple, tomato, fertilizer. Excellent. I'm just carrying around shit in my pocket. The entire thing about Animal Crossing is the grind, and once the grind is over, it's over. There's nothing else to do. So there's a way there's a way in Animal Crossing to just, like, I think you mess with the Switch's settings to make it so that you basically, like, I don't know, teleport or time travel, and then that's all you do. You just, like, you do something, you time travel, and then you can get a bunch of money. And yeah, there's the you don't have to do that. I get that, but that's all there is. That's all there is to do, man. It's just grind, and then once the grind is over, the game is over. There's nothing else to do. Like, what, am I gonna have my villagers? What the hell was that? I don't understand. I don't know what's going on already. I'm already lost. This is one of these games. My biggest little brother, he just said, he's talking about dailies and stuff like that to do. That's like mobile game stuff. And it's weird because my cousins that I mentioned earlier, they do both. They have like mobile games and they'll have console games and everything else. And I gave up on mobile games. I used to do the mobile game thing. And like, even whenever it's an IP, that's all that it is, you know. There'll be like an IP, and it'll be like, oh, well, here's, like, if they made a game that was entirely around Metal Gear, like my favorite IP of all time, then all it would be at the end of the day was just like dailies. And they would just like, they'd make you go and, I don't know, Fulton soldiers or something, and then put them in a thing, and then it'll be like, oh, go run this mission 3 times. And then after running this mission 3 times, there'll be a daily to Fulton 3 soldiers, and then, you know, do 3 other things. And like, no matter what the IP is, it's always the same. It's like they're all the same fucking game. And it gets you, like, it's such a, it gives you such a bad, it gives you such a bad feeling in your mouth that you don't even want to play like real games whenever they release like a real game, like Final Fantasy VII for the phone or something. Once you look at your phone, you automatically just don't want to do it anymore. Yeah, he said that he plays World of Warcraft. So I'm talking to my I'm talking to my biggest little brother, and he didn't come around until I was 12 years old. So I was an only child until then, and then this, you know, baby comes around and steals all of the attention. So I killed him, and then my second oldest little brother came around, and that's the guy I'm talking to. We don't talk about the first one. I'm kidding, of course, but as far as you know. Since I was an only child for so long, whenever I like play a game, there was this one of the whatchamacallits, one of the what are they called? The Dead Rising games. One of the Dead Rising games has an online component. I think it's Dead Rising 2.5 or something. It's 2, but you're playing as Frank from the first game, right? And so I was playing the online component because there's a way to make a lot of money in a short amount of time. And like, I got a friend request from somebody who, like, I've made a lot of money with online. but I'd made enough money. Jesus. 6 hours. That's like anything out here in the country. You'd go anywhere and then it's like a whole day trip to go get like potato chips or something. It's fucking ridiculous living out in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, I got like a friend request. I like fucking panicked. I was like, oh my god. And I had to like send him back a message. Just was like, hey, I don't really want to be friends. I only played that game for the money, and I've got money now. What the fuck is this? That's another country thing. You just got random animals around. Got a couple little lizards around here. I think they're blue? Maybe. I can't even remember what the hell I did in Dead Rising 2.5. Oh, hey, it's the homeless guy. I'm supposed to give this guy money. I don't even know if I have money. Do I have money? I'm so lost. Whatever. All I know, the one thing that I did in Dead Rising that I can remember about it is... The only thing I can remember about Dead Rising at all is that I was taking advantage of GameStop's policy. I'm pressing the talk button. Nothing's happening. Okay. All right. A YouTube video told me that I got to talk to them once a day for recipes. But I was taking advantage of GameStop's policy, and I would beat the entirety of one Dead Rising game, and then I would give it back to GameStop for a full refund, and then I would do it with the next Dead Rising game, and I just did that for the whole series. So that's what I did for that series. Yeah, we don't have any archaeologists out here in the country, so this is very inaccurate. I told my oldest little brother, I said that the only online game that I ever really played was Elder Scrolls Online, because it's an open world game, but everybody's doing their own thing, and you can, and everybody will leave each other alone. I tried talking to people. Most of the time that I talked to people on that game, I would just ask a general question to everybody, and I would say like, hey, does anybody else have to send pictures of their feet to the Bethesda headquarters every day in order to play this game, or is it just me? Like, I very rarely got an answer, but every now and again people would be like, no, I don't have to. This is weird. This is a weird conversation. The last time I talked to one of the yokels around here, I went into one of the local gas stations. There's two right next to each other for some odd reason. I went into one of theirs and this old man asked me if I was staying warm, and I said no. And then he proceeded to ask everyone that came in there if they were staying warm, and surprisingly, they all answered no. They all, to a man, were just like, no, it's fucking cold outside. And nobody is staying warm. This weather sucks. Nobody likes it. My oldest little brother just said that he stopped playing Elder Scrolls Online because have a house and get all this content. There used to be this free multiplayer game that came with the PlayStation 3, and it was called PlayStation Home. And you could spend an absorbent amount of money on cosmetics and stuff like that, and it's gone. So like that, the money is gone, your stuff is gone, everything is gone. If you spent any money on it, it's gone, the whole thing. And the thing is, you already had like a basic home in that game. And like people could visit you, but it was stupid. Nobody wanted to do that. And so there's actually a couple of YouTube videos about there's a couple of YouTube videos about people buying homes in Elder Scrolls Online, and it's always hyper lame. I think I ended up getting an apartment in Elsewhere. I bought Elder Scroll, so it's same. My oldest little brother just said that he had an apartment full of Silent Hill stuff. Same. I actually spent money on some Silent Hill stuff, and it's gone. Nobody ever saw it. I never showed it to anybody. And so the whole thing with Elder Scrolls Online and getting an apartment, I think I had an apartment that was like free in Elsewhere or something. There's no reason for it. You can just wander around Elsewhere for ages doing every single little quest. My PlayStation 3 recently broke down. And before it broke down, I was playing Skyrim on the PlayStation 3. I read an entire article about somebody playing Skyrim on the PlayStation 3, and they were complaining about just how awful it was and whatever, and I was like, it's not, it's no big deal, and there's still like a ton of crap to do. So like I could have played Elder Scrolls Online in Elsewhere for ages. I could have played it for absolutely ages just in Elsewhere, and it would have been fine. It's like I didn't need to buy any of the other zones or anything else. I didn't need to decorate my little apartment that I got. I would just go and steal a bunch of shit and then sell it to the Thieves Guild, and I'll wait a couple of hours or however long I had to wait and repeat. That's all I ever did in Elder Scrolls Online. And I think that that's what you're supposed to do in every Bethesda game, if you don't steal everything that's not nailed down in every Bethesda game, then I don't know what you're doing. Because I think that that's actually the point of the game. Is there might be like a world-ending dragon or something like that in every single Elder Scrolls game, but the important part is people have stuff and you have pockets, so you gotta connect those two dots. And that's the only thing that's worth anything. The hell is this? Okay. Oh, am I back on the farm? Oh, I made a big loop-de-loop. Still just exploring. This game makes you get married within the course of a year, which that's relatively realistic. I was trying to explain to somebody the whole thing about the military. It's like my first duty station was my first duty station was in South Korea, and I was stationed there for 1 year. And so you have to find a girlfriend, you have to start dating, you have to get your head on straight, you have to work, you have to do everything else, and you have to do all of that, and then make a decision to change the rest of your life within 1 year. And everybody's just like, oh my goodness, I don't know why military relationships don't work out super often. And it's like, what the fuck? Like, duh. Like, put two and two together, man. Like, you can't be that lost. If I didn't pick this up, I would have requested to borrow Sifu again. Sifu is like Dark Souls on steroids, but barehanded most of the time. I got the Platinum Trophy. I was playing on easy. At first, I just played it on the default difficulty. I was terrified of updating the game I have no idea. I think I in Elder Scrolls Online at least, I think I got into the apartment, and then like I put down a couple things that I collected from, I don't know, random daily loot boxes or something. And then I left because there was nothing to do. Oh yeah. Whenever I was stationed in Korea, I just lived in the barracks. But whenever I lived in Korea, I still have that that video up on my YouTube account here. It was a small apartment, but it was like I was going to move to an apartment that was cheaper because, well, everything was going downhill because it was 2013 and the fucking government shut down, and they took all of my benefits with it. So 100% of all of my money just left. It went away. Like, that was my entire income. And so I was going to move into a cheaper apartment, and it was even smaller. It was like you walk in and then you sleep or you leave. That was about the fullest extent of it. And then eventually I moved to Alton, Illinois for years after my wife began to leave me during my divorce. And it was 450 square feet, which was much larger than my apartment. I gotta be my apartment in Korea. I gotta be completely honest. But there's a couple of videos here on YouTube from people that will build themselves tiny houses, and at least a couple of them, there's a couple of them that are about A-frames, and the people that are building these A-frames, they said that they got used to living in Korea. They were English as a second language teachers, and they got used to living in Korea. They got used to not needing that much space, and then that was the full extent of it. Once they got used to it, then they didn't need that much space anymore. Like us Americans, we really think that we need a bunch of space, and we really don't. I used to have this friend that was an army brat, and his parents were army officers. So that's the thing that you need, like a bachelor's degree to be. And I have one of those now, but I went to the military in order to be able to go to college. And then found a free college near where I grew up. So a lot of wasted time, right? I don't regret it, but it's whatever. Anyways, so his parents were army officers. They got paid very well, and they went to they were stationed in Germany, and while they were stationed out there, because Americans think that every person needs their own room and everybody has to have their own space, his family of like 5, it's like him, his brother, his big sister, his little sister, maybe there's another one, I can't remember, but because of all that, like he had to live off base because they didn't have a place big enough on base. So now he's an expert. He speaks German fluently because he had to live out in town as a kid and had to do all that nonsense. My biggest little brother is telling me the house that he's going to build. It's always something along the lines of the cabin that I built. And every time that I talk to one of my little brothers, they always tell me that they're going to build a mansion. And have 5 cars and everything else. Whatever I do, or my grandpa does, they always tell me that they're gonna build it bigger and better, and everybody will love them for it. And I build a veteran of 2 military branches. Built this 200 square foot cabin, and that's all I can do. My little brothers are just like, I'm better than you in every way, and I'm gonna build something incredible and amazing. I'm like, you big fucking loser. Thanks, guys. Thanks for the vote of confidence. They don't say it like that, but that's what they say. Okay. I can pick up the dog, I can talk to it, I can put it down. Excellent. I love you too, Nathaniel. The big thing is my middle little brother. I've got 3 little brothers. My middle little brother, he's a big one whenever it comes to like assuming that everything that he can buy, that he can do, is better than everything that anybody else has ever done. It's like he doesn't have an ounce of evidence that if he could take over the farm, he'd do way better than my grandpa. My grandpa's a huge loser, you know. And if he could take over, then he'd do everything exactly right the first time. So my grandpa not only was like born and raised on the farm and everything, and was working from the second that he was born, but also he has a bachelor's degree in agriculture. And so, like, he's got training, he's got the papers required to do all of this. He makes mistakes, but still, like, it's a pretty impressive farm. He's managed to raise an entire family. But he gets it from our mom. Our mom has been saying the same shit her entire life. That, my goodness, well, at least my entire life that I know of, 36 years of her telling me every time that she gets a chance that if she owned the farm, it would be highly efficient. There'd be 700,000 dwarves and gnomes running everywhere, taking care of every single aspect of the farm. She would have 700 working combines. Every single person on her payroll would be making $50 an hour. It would be it's like she's been telling us that shit our entire lives, just telling us exactly how amazing life would be if she just got a chance to get out there and run the whole farm under the ground. That was one thing that I balked at the beginning of this game, was that apparently the main character here received a letter from somebody who wanted to work on the farm. It's like, buddy, if you want to work on the farm, ask somebody to work on a farm. They'll let you work on the fucking farm. There's always shit to do. There's always, like, more stuff to do. And my grandfather was so shocked, because at some point in time I was helping him work on the sprayer. He's got to spray fertilizer and shit on the fields to get everything to grow. And he was working on the sprayer, and I was helping him do all that. And he says, "Do you know what I'm doing?" And I said, "Yeah." I said, the thing that you're trying to do is you're trying to get the sprayer in working order. But if you keep working on the sprayer, you'll do nothing but work on the sprayer for the rest of your life. You can keep polishing that thing forever, and replacing all the rusty parts, giving it a new paint job and stuff. At a certain point in time, you have to stop. And then you got to get out there in the field. And it's a delicate balancing act, because if you don't do it right, it breaks down in the middle of the field. And then, you and 3 of your grandchildren are out there with fucking wood blocks trying to change a tire on a combine in the middle of a muddy field. That's the reality of things, and that's a real story. That's, so you have to, you have to strike that balance with every little thing that you do. And I start to get that more and more living out here every day. I start to get that more and more. You get little things like there's that saying that is from Abraham Lincoln. Abraham Lincoln had this saying that the old Franklin Covey enterprise loved to repeat, and it was, if I had 4 hours to chop down a bunch of trees, I would spend 3 hours sharpening the saw, or something like that. And it's bullshit. An overly sharpened saw will dull a lot easier. The reality of things. So you can tell that old Abraham Lincoln really didn't, chop down too many trees then, huh? Right? And so the reality of things is you have to do everything within, you have to balance. So there's a balance with everything. You can't just do nothing all day but sharpen the saw. You can't do nothing all day but do this. Can't do nothing all day but do that. Well, that's exactly right. You know, you got to bring like 59 different saws. Like I just checked the price again. I thought it was a $50 handheld reciprocating saw, but it's a $40 one from Walmart. And I was missing my pruner. I had this tiny little pruner that was one-handed, and I was missing it because it peels apart, you know, firewood in seconds, and it's one-handed. It was fantastic. So I thought, oh man, this little reciprocating saw is going to do the same thing. No, it didn't. It sucked. It sucked so bad. It didn't cut a damn thing. And so I'll have it, and then it'll break down, and like it'll run out of charge, and so I'll switch to the handsaw, and I'll get tired of using the handsaw, so I'll switch to the Japanese pull saw, and it's a little rusty, so I'll switch to a regular pull saw, and I'll switch back to the miter saw whenever I'm getting tired of doing that. And eventually, hopefully, the house will get warm at some point in time in the distant future after doing all this crap. And so what I'm trying to tell you is that I think everybody should live out in the country. It's not a nightmare at all, and it's fantastic and amazing. I think everybody should do it. There's pros and cons. Everything is a double-edged sword. There's pros and cons with everything. I lived in San Diego for a year, and I don't miss it. I don't miss the place at all. They had some fantastic food, but you couldn't leave the house without spending $100. Bare minimum. You'd have to pay for a place to park. The food itself would be expensive. The gas this was 2015. The gas is $4 a gallon. Everything is more expensive, and that's one of the best benefits of the military is the travel, of course, and moving around the world and realizing that a gallon of gas doesn't cost $4. Realizing that a gallon of gas costs 5 cents if you get it directly from Venezuela. Realizing that your money can stretch, that you can get literally the exact same thing but be in a different area. Realizing that Koreans aren't like special people who don't need the space that us Americans do. They're just human beings like you and me and everybody. And once you realize that and you kind of let that sink in, then you begin to be able to borrow little things here and there. You begin to borrow little bits and pieces of different things from everybody. Like my little brother here, he just said that the cities are he basically said fuck the cities. Well, there's pros and cons to the cities. The fuck, my guy's tired at 4 p.m. God, he's like me. But the cities, they have, of course, they have an advantage. You can leave the house and then head to somewhere and it not be an entire day experience because you ran out of potato chips or some shit. Whereas if you need to go to the grocery store around here, you're going to be driving for a bare minimum. You're going to be on the road for a bare minimum of an hour. it takes a good length of time. If you play the old Persona games and you go anywhere, you do anything, like that's what you did for the morning. The morning will be exactly what it's like out here. And you can do these things. And that's the fun thing. It's like I said, you can borrow little aspects of this and that. Like out here, you can get a piece of land and it's going to be relatively inexpensive, and it'll be like close to an acre, a half acre, something like that, and it'll be, you know, it's land, it's dirt, that's all it is, it's fucking dirt. And dirt is the same everywhere, right? It's like dirt in San Diego is a little bit more sandy than dirt in, you know, Illinois, whatever. But besides that, it's fucking dirt. And I used to look at land tax sales in St. Louis. So you can go to St. Louis, and yeah, you're probably gonna get less land, but if you're not fucking planting, you know, a garden now, then what the hell makes you think that you need to plant a garden then? Like, everybody always wants their next house to be their final house, you know, and it just doesn't need to be that way. And that's another benefit of the military, right? Because the military, you go from one barracks room to the next to the next. You go from you're living in a house one day, you're living in a hotel room the next. I explained that to my little brothers a while back, that like the actors that played in the Lord of the Rings movies had to live in a camper. They call it a trailer, but it is a camper. And they had to live in a camper for 6 years while they were filming all of those films. It's like, yeah, they own a mansion, but they basically get to visit it about as much as a tourist. And there's a mansion in Alton, Illinois, the Beale Mansion. If you want to go there and get a tour, the tours are free. It's like, you can be just like a movie star. Just go over and take a free tour of a mansion, and then blammo. Chances are you live in something that's larger than a camper, but that's not the way that they live the vast majority of the time. You got CEOs, you've got these high-level people that make a ton of money, and they live out of hotel rooms. They live in the exact same hotel rooms that you and I live in. There's nothing that's super duper special about them. They might have a house that's larger than what you and I might have, but they still got a full-time job. They still got 24 hours in the day. People think that there's something magical about money, that if you make enough money, then you're automatically happy, and it's just not true. So you can go and visit the U.S. Mint and look at all of the money. You can go and take a tour, and that looking at all that money isn't going to make you super duper happy. Okay. Apparently you can sell shit to this guy, but he doesn't sell unless it's a certain time of the month. So there's jobs that are all over the world. There's one saying that rings true no matter what. It's whenever people will look at a job that's tough, that's hard, but it pays a lot of money, and they'll say, you know, it's worth it because it pays a lot of money. But the saying is that those are gold handcuffs, and they really, really ring true. Those are golden handcuffs. Tucker Max, one of the old-timey bloggers, he's one of the funniest guys in the galaxy. racist, sexist, absolutely inappropriate for 2024, but funny as hell. Tucker Max, I think he graduated from Dartmouth, and he ended up going to a law firm, and he did a bunch of paperwork and shit. He did all that kind of garbage, and he was paid fairly well, and he quit because it's fucking boring. It's golden handcuffs. You can't buy so many toys in your off time that it makes up for being fucking miserable for 8 hours a day. For half of your day, and it's not half of your day. It's your whole fucking day. You're driving to traffic, thinking about being bored at work. You're coming home, you're bitching about it to your wife, your girlfriend, whatever, you know. Yeah. So that's my brother just said he works on the farm quite a bit and everything, and he loves the work. That's one thing about our uncle. Our uncle has worked a couple of different jobs. Worked security for a hospital. He worked in landscaping for quite some time, and he got fairly good at it. But he's been wanting, our uncle has been wanting to work with his dad his entire life. His dad, whenever my uncle was a kid, his dad never had that much time to be with him and everything. He was too busy doing farm shit. And so, like, working with his dad is a dream. That's all that the man has ever wanted to do, is just work with his dad. And believe you me, I'd love to do the same. I've told my dad plenty of times before that I would love to just, shoot the shit, play catch, whatever, throw a little ball back and forth like they do on every fucking TV show. But he doesn't want to do that. Oh, now this guy's selling shit. I can figure out how much money I have. Yeah, my brother just said that every other job working on the farm is pretty miserable. Well, I get it. He was. I ran into him one day doing DoorDash. My little brother's complaining about his dad. My little brother actually gets to work around his dad a little bit more than I do. A lot more, actually. Whenever his dad fixes cars and stuff. So whenever he's out and about, which is not often, he actually gets to hang out with him a little bit. But his dad is a fucking gremlin that lives in his mom's basement. And he's been that way for a long time. He comes out, he looks like a fucking Draugr off of Skyrim more than half the time. It's like, I don't want to like slam dunk on my little brother here. He's not in charge of his dad. But, but the man, he does a lot of drugs. He does it for the majority of his time. And like, that's all the man does. Oh, he says he's sober now. Son of a bitch. I was told that if I refuse the initial offer, then this guy will give me more money. Damn it to hell. Whatever, I'm just gonna give him the price. I hate haggling. Overseas, you can haggle for shit. Apparently you can haggle no matter where you are. I read this whole article in Men's Health magazine like fucking 20 years ago, where somebody went into like a gas station and asked them how much stuff does he have to buy to get one AAA battery for free. And like he actually managed to like haggle that from the guy behind the counter. But that was the one thing that I hated doing overseas. I hated fucking haggling with people. Here's another thing. You see this? You can't do this in real life. It's so exhausting. And it takes so much more time. And there's always like 59,000 different types of weeds. Some of them will fucking break your sickle if you try to use it. And so, this guy here, this main character, he just, it's no problem for him at all. In real life, you have to bend all the way down to get up under the weeds. Okay. Apparently that guy is not begging. I watched a couple of YouTube videos giving tips about this game, and they said that this guy begs and you have to give him money, and if you give him enough money, then something magical happens. I tried to give him money every time. I don't know what the hell's going on. He's homeless. The guy with the flower on a hat, he's supposed to be a homeless guy. He begs for change. If you give him enough money, something magical happens. I don't know what the hell's going on. I just do as the people who know more than me about this game guide. Whatever they say, I do. The only time that I really got to work with my dad at all was my 18th birthday. My 18th birthday, my dad gave me this fucking Ford Explorer that, like, the muffler immediately fell out of it, so you could hear me coming from like 2 towns away. And he had bought this Ford Explorer from like fucking Washington State, and then drove it all the way back to Florida where he lives, and he had to replace all the brake lines. And so while he was out there doing that, I didn't know how to fucking do any of that shit. He's, you know, great with cars. While he was doing all that, my stepmom was like, you need to be out there with him. I was like, okay. So I go out there with him. So the one experience that I do have working with my dad is the classic me holding a flashlight and him yelling at me because I'm not holding the flashlight correctly. That's the only that's the only damn thing that I have whenever it comes to that thing. And it, like, that Ford Explorer lasted about 3 fucking months. Now let's compare and contrast, because I've had other vehicles. Whenever I was about 16, Mom went and she bought this 1990 Lumina from a police auction in Roxana, Illinois. And it was $225. It needed a new battery. It needed a new... There was only about like 2-3 things wrong with it. It was like $75 a repair, so about a $300 car. It lasted 6 months, and I was driving the shit out of it. I was going from, I was living with my ex-step-cousins, who are pro wrestlers. I was living with them. I was attending Southwestern High School. I would drive all the way to Alton, Illinois, to Alton Square Mall to work at a telemarketing center. I would drive to East Alton, Illinois to see my girlfriend for like 5 fucking seconds. And then after all of that was said and done, I would drive all the fuck way back home, working full time and everything. And it lasted 6 months, 6 entire months. It's still on the family farm. It's this little blue 1990 Lumina. It's parked out by the pond. I just got a Game Boy out of it like 2-3 years ago. The Game Boy does not work. I read a lot of stories about like ancient Game Boys still working, digging them up from like fucking archaeological sites, and they're still running. This one doesn't. I was really hoping that it still ran, but it doesn't. But so you compare and contrast. You've got, you know, a car from a police auction in Roxana. Yeah, it's the one down by the pond. And so I've got a car from a police auction that lasted me 6 whole months running the shit out of it. And versus a car that my father put his, you know, heart and soul into, that Ford Explorer that lasted 3 months. And I barely did anything with it. I barely went anywhere with it. And who came to save the day after that damn thing broke down? My step-grandfather my former step-grandfather on my former stepfather's side, good old Grandpa Reimer gave me a Dodge Omni, a 1987 Dodge Omni that lasted ages until it broke down in the Social Security Administration's parking lot. And after it broke down there, nobody wanted to go and get it. So they just let it get towed. And now it's gone. But it was beautiful. I had 4 donuts on it. So I had 4 spare tires on the damn thing. And I can remember I was going up State Street in Alton, Illinois, and I hit like a patch of slush. It looked like somebody had just dumped out a slushie from the gas station on the road. And once one of the tires hit that, I wasn't going anywhere. I had friends in the car. They like opened the passenger door. I opened the passenger door, started skateboarding the Dodge Omni up the fucking hill, and my friend grabbed like a piece of wood on the road. He started rowing it up the hill like a boat. And we made it to the top eventually. It took our heart and our soul. And there was nothing wrong with the car. It just I don't think I could afford to do anything with it. So I think I went down to Cheapy's Tires in Alton, Illinois. At the time, I had to be about 19 years old or something. And they'd be like, you know, a regular tire is 25, a donut's 15. I was like, throw the donut on there. It's just, I just didn't have a whole bunch of money to take care of it. Every time that I came home, I was only home for about 2 weeks or so. Just needed to get from place to place. Wasn't no big deal. Whenever I'd first turned 16, my mom gave me her Nissan Altima, a little Nissan Altima. And I sped off of the road, got stuck in a farmer's field, and then tried to like drive in reverse until the transmission fell out of it. And it just sat on the farm for ages. It just sat on the farm for absolutely years and years and years. And finally, I went from being stationed in Korea, my first duty station, to Oklahoma on an Air Force base, Tinker Air Force Base in Oklahoma. And I was like, guys, it's an Air Force base. It's huge. I need a car. And I was right. I definitely fucking needed a car. And my grandpa was just like, oh yeah, yeah, I've driven the shit out of my current 2011 Kia. And I'm also, I just found out the other day that I'm very lucky that it's a 2011 Kia Soul, my current car. Because if it was 2014 or above, apparently no insurance companies want to cover 2014 and above Kia Souls because there's some magical thing that they're sharing on TikTok about how you can easily break into newer Kia Souls and hijack them and wire them or something. So I just read that. I read that story the other day. I was like, oh shit! I didn't know that my car was immune to that. It's like, cool. You got an older car, so you can do some magic with it. But yeah, my grandfather, whenever I got stationed in Oklahoma, he fixed up that old Nissan Altima that I had. And there was the only real problem with it was that a bunch of rats had gotten into the vents and then died there. And so whenever I first like turn on the air conditioner or the heater or something, it smelled like fucking unholy shit, and that lasted for quite some time. But eventually the smell went away, and that thing was beautiful. It lasted me until about 6 months before I left Oklahoma, and it fell to pieces. I got it towed to a local mechanic shop. They said it would cost more than the cost of the car to fix it, and then he gave me the scrap price for it. It's like basically paid to get it towed, and that was about it. And then I got another Ford Explorer from the Lemon Lot on base, and that lasted me anywhere from 6 weeks to 3 months, something like that. It broke down pretty fucking quick. It was a huge sack of garbage. The guy that sold it to me from the Lemon Lot on base, and a Lemon Lot, by the way, is just like a whole bunch of, in the military, you go onto a base, there's always going to be people trying to get rid of their cars, because if you get stationed somewhere like Korea, like my first duty station, there's not a whole lot that you can do. There's not a lot of space in that whole country. It's the size of Indiana. And so yeah. So I can remember the guy that I bought that second Ford Explorer from. He was so nervous. He was like, I was like, I can give you $500 today, and then the other 1,000 2 days from now, because you can only pull $500 out of the ATM every day. And he was like insistent. He was like, oh, I can't do that. And I was like, I can only pull $500 out of the fucking thing every day. And he's like, well, I can't let you go with that. And I was like, listen, I'm the military guy. You're in civilian clothes. I'm in my uniform. You know where I fucking live. I can't run away. I was like, I have to get to work, man. And finally, he like let me go, and I gave him all $1,500. And then he fucking disappeared from the face of the earth. Went to another country, changed his name. I don't know. The guy fucking atomized like Thanos just snapped his fingers. It was crazy. The guy was gone. Never saw him ever again. Why not? So, that guy was like, so that whole thing was just lasting, 6 weeks or 3 months or something like that. That's I should have seen it coming, but lessons learned. I've never done that again. Whenever I bought my current car, I had been renting a car for ages. I was renting this car for $300 a month. It was like the cheapest thing that I could find. And finally I was pissed. And I told my wife at the time, I said, I bet you anything, if we put our minds to it, we could buy a car by the end of the day. And we put our minds to it. We called a couple of different dealerships, and soon enough, we had the 2011 Kia Soul by the end of that day. And so we drove the rent-a-car back to the lot that we rented it from, and she drove it in, and I collected her, and we left in our brand new car. And the kicker was the car payments were only about $180 a month or something like that. It was almost literally half of what we were paying to rent a shittier car. There you go. That's one story about my ex-wife. I know there's a lot of memes out there on the internet about people that are like, oh my god, these old people, they always hate their wives and stuff like that. She was really fucking uncooperative. Let me tell you. We got married in 2015. She was stationed in San Diego. I wanted to go, spend time with her. I wanted to move down there with no problem at all to me. And I was like, hey, go tell the people that I'm moving. Tell the appropriate people that I'm moving. And she was like, okay. And she just never did. And then I'd be like, have you told the people yet? I would do this for months. For months. I would call her every day and be like, have you told the people yet? And she's like, oh, they were closed today. Oh, I couldn't get a ride today. Oh, I tried to, but, I wasn't able to do it, sorry. Again and again and again. And she did that for over a year. And then I got down there, and she had never just gone down there, asked for a house. They're free in the military. If you're married, they just give you a house. They're not going to make you sleep on the street. So, they just, gave her a house. So, I went down with her and was renting that car. We got in the car. I went down with her to the place where you fucking ask for a house, and they put us on the list. We waited about 3 months, sleeping in a hotel every day, and then blammo, we fucking had a free entire house. God damn it, man. It's gotta be so fucking complicated. I'm used to dealing with unreasonable people. And you'd think that I dealt with unreasonable people in the military. No. It's 100% been in civilian life. Before the military and after the military. That's where the most unreasonable people came from. I had to drop off my youngest cousin from my middle aunt. Yeah, I had to drop off my youngest cousin at the airport from my middle aunt, and I was just talking to him before he got into the security line, and somebody overheard us and started telling us about herself. That's just a common thing that you do out here in the Midwest. People just talk to each other. It's weird for other places. People leave each other alone other places in the world, but here in the Midwest, they just talk to you. But this lady was just like, I just got out of the loony bin. I was like, hey, I got out in 2017. She was like, seriously? I was like, yeah. And I was like, well, my time in the loony bin wasn't that bad because I went to Jefferson Barracks VA Medical Center. So everybody in the loony bin, they all, at some point in time in their lives, were declared sane. I said, I didn't see a straitjacket the whole time I was in there. Nobody's there was no padded walls. It's like everybody was really civil, They didn't yell a lot. They didn't like do crazy shit. This wasn't One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. This was, you know, a regular ass, you know, place. It's like it was boring. There was a lot of daytime TV. The food wasn't that great, but besides that, there wasn't much to do. You know? But it wasn't that bad. That was the point of it. Is that it wasn't that bad. Oh shit! Fucking forgot that I have a cow. I gotta milk the cow. Probably gotta feed it too. Shit. How the fuck do I get fodder then? You should have fodder. Yeah, it used to be in the older games. There was fodder that you would get from you get fodder for cutting grass. It's like hay in real life. So yeah, it said that I had 37 hay, 37 fodder to feed the cow. Gotta remember to feed the fucking cow. Now this game came out on a bunch of different things. I know it's on the Switch. I assume they probably have it on Steam too. I'm not sure. Xbox, PS5. But oh, now my guy's tired. Lost my train of thought. I have no idea what the fuck I was talking about before I remember the damn cow. You start to get a rhythm going in these games. You get it to the point where you know where everything is everywhere in the game. And then like you go to each and every spot to make sure that like you get there early and you collect all the flowers and you do all the things, you catch all the fish or whatever. And that part's realistic because if you here where I'm staying on the family farm, I'm staying at a certain part of the family farm that you can't really grow anything at. So my grandpa's letting me stay here. And the part where I'm staying has a couple of blackberry bushes that grow out here. And if you don't get there, like directly when the blackberry bush produces seeds or produces the blackberries, they're going to be gone the next day. The birds will come and they'll eat it all. And there's nothing that you can do about it. You just like if you want fresh blackberries, you got to get the fuck out there that day, or they're gone. When I first moved out there, I had 2 cats. And one of them fucking brought me an entire rabbit. And I was like, I have no idea how the fuck you killed this whole rabbit that's about the size of that she was. But I was like, okay. And I had like an idea. I was like, I'm not going to just like throw it somewhere, throw it away. I'm going to cut off its foot. I'm going to have a lucky rabbit's foot. I was like, what do I need for Lucky Rabbit's Foot? And the 3 days that it took me to research and then go out and buy the things that I need to cut off and preserve the rabbit's foot and everything, those 3 days was the exact length of time required for that rabbit to decompose completely into nothing. It fucking disappeared. And I saw the various stages of decomposition as well. So it wasn't like a coyote came out and grabbed it in the middle of the night or something. Like, it was a whole rabbit, a whole rabbit, a whole rabbit, and then like one day it was like a flattened rabbit, and then the next day it was fucking like a couple scraps of fur, and then it was gone. Like it had never been there. I was like, holy shit. What the fuck happened? I blinked and the damn rabbit disappeared. I was talking about unreasonable people before I remembered about the cow. Which I should probably do something about the cow. But I just released a video not too long ago on my YouTube channel about my mother, and my mother, my father, and my ex-wife all pretty much have, as far as any of my therapists are concerned, they likely have clinical grade narcissism. They need medical intervention to help, get them out of this, to fix the problem. Without medical intervention, it's not going to happen. So that's as far as anybody's able to guess. And just based on, the things that they do and stuff like that. And I don't just tell them about my parents and everything. I tell my therapist, I show them the text messages and everything. So I just recently released a video here on YouTube about my dealing with my mother. And dealing with my mother, she continues to blame me for what my doctors told her. It's like my doctors told her that she does a lot of damage to people. She, oh, cool. My mother does a lot of crazy shit. She does a lot of damage to people. And it's because of her sickness. It's because of her illness. She's not doing it on purpose. And she requires medical intervention. And yeah, definitely. And so I released a video about trying to deal with my mom, because everything I say to my mom, everything I say to my mom, everything I say to my dad, everything I said to my ex-wife, that comes from my doctors, my therapists and everything. They're the ones telling me to reach out, because the key to any relationship is open and honest communication, right? So I send her an email, and she says, oh, because you're sending me an email, it's harassment. Like, that's something that you can call the cops over. So call the cops, let them, tell you whether or not it's a harassment. They're the ones that decide that, It's, stuff like that. These really unreasonable people. My dad convinced himself that I convinced my doctors that that my dad was crazy. That it wasn't that my dad was doing anything wrong. It was that I was like a superhuman, some kind of a hypnotist, and I'd hypnotized all of my doctors to think that he was the bad guy and I was the good guy. It's like, that's what he believed. My dad has a fucking bachelor's degree, and this is what he believed in his heart because of this condition. It's like, it's at the end of the day, it's not his fault. It's because of this condition, But they also refuse to go to the doctor. And I found free health care for them, and everything like that. And they won't listen to any of that. They won't go to the doctor. They won't go for free health care. They give lots of different excuses. They used to say, like, oh, they didn't have money and I found the free guys. And then they would say I didn't have time and I would offer to help them. Like, what are you doing instead of going to the doctor? And say, oh, I've got to clean the house. It's like, I can help you clean the house, you know. And then they would think of a different excuse. And the thing that they would always do is run away. They would go away. They'd run as fast as they can from the conversation and everything. And I told them last time that I sent an email with them, I told them that the reason for all of this is because there's like a little gremlin in your head, and it's the illness, and it's the one convincing you that you don't need to go to the doctor. It feels like it's in danger, and because it feels like it's in danger, you know, it's trying to protect itself at all costs, and it's in your head. It's part of you. It's you know, so it feels like you're in danger whenever it's just this little gremlin behind the steering wheel, right? And then I sent out that email, and my mom sent me back an email that says, you're harassing me for sending her 3 emails per year. This is the most talkative that she's been with me over the past several years. 3 emails. But, so I'm starting to not just tell people that I'm dealing with unreasonable human beings, but show people these unreasonable human beings, precisely what they're doing, precisely what they're saying, the convoluted things that they think inside their heads, all of these sorts of things. It's weird. It's really strange. I was talking to somebody the other day about my cousin. My oldest aunt has 2 daughters, and the older of the 2, she wouldn't go and get any sort of therapy for quite some time either. And I didn't know why, because she'd done it before, and then suddenly she stopped. And so I asked her whenever I had the chance. And she said, oh, I graduated from something. And I've heard that before from a couple of other people as well. Oh, I don't do that because I've graduated. And I was like, I graduate a different program every, like, couple of weeks. Just last week, my anxiety group therapy wrapped up. Just last week. And so like every 3 months I'm getting in another program. I tell people that after I got out of the loony bin, I had to see the psychiatrist once a week, the psychologist at Scott Air Force Base once a week. I had to see the yeah, reading what my little brother just typed. But yeah, I saw my psychiatrist once a week, my psychologist once a week. I was in a group therapy once a week at Veterans Affairs. I was in a physical group therapy once a week at the Veterans Affairs. And so 1 mental, 1 physical group therapies. And I went to abuse counseling once a week at a civilian center called the Violence Prevention Center in Belleville, Illinois. And I tell people that, and that's what I did for a full year. I tell people that, and then I still get people who are quite a bit younger than me, quite a bit, like they haven't had the training that I had, They haven't done the things that I've done. Um, it's like I tell people that story because I've already done I was in the Navy for 4 years active duty. I was in U.S. Army Senior Reserve Officer Training Corps at Southern Illinois University, Edwardsville. So I've had all this training. So the things that you think make you tough, the things that you think make you mentally resilient, the things that you watch on television and stuff like that, that make you think that you're going to be this big bad guy, I've done some of them. And I still needed all of that therapy. So whenever I get people that are that haven't gone through all this training and everything, and I needed all these things, and they're saying that they don't need all these things, and that they're cured, lickety-split, and they went through like one therapy once a week, you know, every now and then. Whenever I hear that from them, like, first off, like, it's like hearing stuff from my mom about how she would do a much better job at running the farm. You know, she doesn't have any evidence for that statement, and she is insulting everybody who's currently running the farm. Oh yeah, of course you needed a ton of therapy, but me, oh fuck it, I don't need any therapy at all. I went through one therapy, and we met for 2.5 weeks, once a week, and now I'm fucking cured. You know, it's gone, it's over with. I'm completely. It's like, you're fucking insane, but me, no, I just, you know, I fucking cured instantly. And it's part of the reason why I'm championing, yeah. It's part of the reason I champion Dr. Daniel Amen stuff, because Dr. Daniel Amen, he's had all of that stuff about SPECT scans, about actually looking at the brain directly with a SPECT scan, and then determining what you're sick with, if anything, whether or not you're healthy, and what precise mental illnesses that you're sick with, and what therapies you need in order to treat those mental illnesses and get rid of these things that are holding you back in life. And so that's one thing that I really champion. And I still, I haven't gone and done it yet. It's the SPECT scan. I think you can get one through TRICARE, but of course I'm not on TRICARE anymore. I'm not married to an active duty service member anymore. I'm not married to any service member. I think you can get some slight version of TRICARE with the reservists. I'm not sure. In the reserves, I'm not sure. I could ask my buddy about it, but my old Army officer buddy isn't talking to me anymore. And it's the same fucking thing. Jesus. Apparently my mom had a fucking cave-in in the basement, which is insane. I can remember, I probably still have old videos from like 2012 or 2013 on my Facebook, whenever the basement in East Alton flooded so bad that the water was damn near up to like the second step leading up out of the basement. And that was really fucking bad. And whenever I called the plumber, they had to dig up the entire fucking yard to replace the old clay pipes that had collapsed. And they had to replace them with PVC pipes. And so, that was really fucking bad. But I've never had an entire fucking wall cave in on the basement. That's insane. Like, my grandfather put together his house himself, and he is not he is not a carpenter. He's very much a farmer, and he's never had a wall in the basement collapse. That's insanity. My youngest little brother, Joey, his father is a guy named Steve, and I can remember a lot of the times whenever stuff would mess up in the house in East Alton, Steve would have to fix it when my mom was dating him. And at some point in time, he, like, all of the lights wouldn't work in the basement, and we didn't know why. And then Steve goes down there, and he's like looking at it, and he's trying to figure out what the fuck the problem is. And he goes, there's a single circuit running from the fuse box. Just one. And he says, there's not separate circuits for each light in the basement. He says, so because this light that's at the bottom of the stairs is malfunctioning, all of them are malfunctioning. He says, so I have to fix this one light, and the rest of them will turn on if they're working. And so, I think it's this thing, right? Yeah. Joey's the only one of my three little brothers that Joey's dad actually gives a shit about him. We've got one caring father for 4 children. You know, one caring father for one child. They're all, the rest of the 3 of us are all screwed. But I think it's that thing with like real estate investors and stuff like that. Whenever somebody will put together a house that they know that they're going to sell, the proper way to do it, and I think there's a guy named Grant on YouTube, I can't remember his name, but he'll tell you the proper way to do these things is to buy the house, flip it while you're living inside of it, because if you fuck up, it's your ass. The house falls on your head, and that's how you have integrity. And I think with houses, whenever you just buy a house, it's jury-rigged as fuck. And so, like, the house in East Alton was jury-rigged as fuck. The house that my mom's currently in Hillsboro, Illinois, is jury-rigged as fuck. But my grandpa doesn't have these sorts of problems with his house because he fucking lived there. He put it together for him and his family to live there. And so he doesn't have an entire fucking wall in his basement cave in. That's insane. I've never even heard of that. That's bananas. It's one of the craziest things I've ever heard. I didn't hear about it at all. But, you know, my mom called my other, 2 of my other brothers to, at least, to go and help fix it for her. Oh shit. Those green tomatoes. It's almost harvest time. I can get one thing done on the bulletin board. Somebody's put a bounty out for tomatoes. I picked that up on like the first day playing this game. See, I do this every day. I do these sorts of things every day, but it's for 3 cats. I've got my cat, and I'm taking care of my 2 of my middle aunt's cats. And what I have to do, there's one cat that, whenever I first got her, she was in heat, so she would scream at me every hour on the hour while I was trying to sleep. And that's a wonderful thing for a cat to do. It's really enlightening. It's highly recommend. But thankfully, she's out of heat. She's not fixed though, obviously, so she's going to be in heat again. and I don't know when it's going to happen. It's like the sword of Damocles. So it's just fucking ridiculous. The fuck is the point of this? I go out, 6 hours goes away from the day, and then I'm back. That's insane. My mother's had a long history with power outages. It's not her fucking fault, obviously, but like, we've had a long history of power outages. It's just the American infrastructure. We pay a lot on our taxes and we get fucking not a goddamn thing out of it. So, but I can remember I can remember my whenever we were living in East Dalton before I left for the Navy. When we were living in East Dalton, we had this power outage, and my mom took all three of my little brothers, and they just went to the farm. Yeah. So they just went to the family farm, and they just, spent a couple of nights at the farm. No big deal. But I decided to stay home. I think I had to go to work. I had a girlfriend nearby and stuff like that. So there was nothing in the house. The gas stove still worked. And I had a couple of, holy shit. Now not only is my oldest little brother here, but my old coworker from Korea is here. He disappeared off of funnyjunk.com. I had no idea where the hell he went. But, oh hell yeah. Don't have to water the things. Yeah, and that's one of the things that I'm doing is I'm fucking avoiding things right now. I just found out that Blackburn College won't accept they won't accept this post 9/11 GI Bill science, technology, engineering, and math extension. It's called the Edith Norse Rogers Scholarship, and it extends the post 9/11 GI Bill for 9 entire months. So 2 semesters of getting the stipend, getting your school paid for, everything. But apparently, the local school that's pretty nearby doesn't accept it. But things have changed for me. And I haven't told either of you this yet, but I just recently got the letter in the mail and everything. I'm officially a 10% disabled veteran. You're looking at a man that is going to receive $170.23 for the rest of my natural born existence. If either one of you two want to split a Toblerone with me, well, I can do that at least once a month. You got to pay for half. But that's gonna be it. So finally, my good old friend from Korea that I was stationed with, he's been taking advantage of the vocational rehabilitation thing, but that I think is only for 10% disabled or above. So I can finally take advantage of that as well. It's one of the things that I've been thinking about. Because I just found out yesterday that the local college nearby doesn't take this GI Bill extension for some fucking reason. They take the GI Bill, they don't take the extension. And so that's one of the things that I'm thinking about. And I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do yet. I'm fucking thinking about things. I don't know whether or not I need to go to, maybe I need to do another semester down at fucking Belleville, which is over an hour and a half fucking drive away. Maybe I need to, I was talking to my grandfather just yesterday about whether or not whether or not it would be equidistant to go to Springfield, Illinois. Some of the schools down there. Either way, that was going to be my fucking way out. I have been looking at this piece of land nearby for fucking ages. It's in an area, it's past Gillespie, Illinois. It's in an area that has no building codes. And I was going to grab it. Yeah, you're halfway to being our old friend Perry. My buddy from Korea just said that he finished up his associate's degree. And we have a mutual friend, Perry, who finished up his bachelor's degree. Our mutual friend, Perry, is insane. I'm pretty sure he almost finished his associate's degree while he was active duty. And then he got out and managed to finish his entire bachelor's degree in like less than a year and a half. He was going to the University of Maryland, which has half semesters. So it's got all of the schoolwork, but it's condensed into this short period of time. And so he took these half semesters, so he finished his bachelor's degree requirements in less than 2 years. Crappy versions of Vampire Survivor are very, they're very popular and they're very common. They had that one for all the VTubers, which is free. My buddy from Korea just said that that's what he's programming with his cybersecurity stuff. I don't blame it at all. My aunt has a master's degree from Southern Illinois University, Edwardsville. And she has a master's degree in psychology. And she fucking quit the whole industry. She studied that shit for well over 6 years to get that master's degree. And she tried it. She tried a couple of jobs with it. She tried for a couple of years and she was like, fuck it. And then she just went and did a fucking coding boot camp, learned how to program. And she's been doing that ever since. She's a programmer now. I think she currently works for Discover doing some sort of data management. It's not data entry. That's more of an entry level thing. She's doing some sort of data management. She like takes a bunch of data from a bunch of different people, who's late on the bill, who's whatever, and then she fucking condenses it somehow into usable information for the guys up top. You know, the big executives and such. I think that's more of like an ADD, ADHD thing, programming. It's like I got, you know, me, I'm in the chat right now, my oldest little brother, he has about 10 trillion pages of what he would do if he started programming a video game. This is real. This is true. He has about 10 trillion notes from whenever he was in high school about what he would do if he started programming a video game. In the meantime, I have somewhere in my mom's basement, probably, on an old computer, I have 2 different video games that I programmed. So it's all this, you know, these switches and back and forth. It was RPG Maker 2000. It wasn't that big of a deal. And so Um, no, that's really really simplified stuff, but um, you get into the zone and then you just you start just bashing away on this shit. You become like an expert on 10 million different things. My buddy here can tell you, my buddy from Korea can tell you that I would always be on the cutting edge of whatever it was that I was currently obsessed with. And that was my ADHD. Now I've got an official diagnosis. I've got the strongest possible medication that they can possibly give me. 100 milligrams of atomoxetine every day. And it makes it really, really hard to empty your bladder. If you've ever, stood up at a urinal, pushed too hard, and then just shit on the bathroom floor behind you, I have. It was beautiful. I highly recommend it to everybody. My cats were very confused. Anyways, so that ADHD, that hyper focus, it's really, it's good for these sorts of things. It's Asperger's isn't a thing anymore. We just found out not too long ago that middle aunts, two boys, the older of my middle cousins, if Asperger's was still a thing that they diagnose people with, he'd probably have it. But they both have autism, and they're both like very very like they've got a very good disguise. You wouldn't think that they have autism at all. They're very well conversationally. They think that they're really bad at it, but they haven't gone around too many people, and they don't know just how bad people are out there. I was telling the younger of the two with autism, I was telling him that he just got his autism diagnosis, and I was speaking to one of the people that I used to do Army Senior Reserve Officer Training Corps with, and that guy is a former Marine, and he was a Marine for 9 years active duty, and so I was telling him like he keeps posting all of his artwork. He paints. So he keeps posting all this artwork, and I got sick of it one day, and there's only a certain amount of time that I can do. There's only a certain amount of time that I can keep the intrusive thoughts at bay. They're still there, and most of the time I can suppress them, but not all the time. And so at some point in time, this Marine on my Facebook, at some point in time, he's been posting all this artwork, and finally I said, hey, I'm glad that you got this as your hobby. I'm glad that you made it in the Army instead of having to get kicked out of art school. And he said, oh, I was in art school in the year 2000. And then, of course, 2001, that's why I joined the Marines. I was like, okay, so he didn't get the joke. That's okay. Let's try again. And I said, well, at least you got into art school instead of having to take that vacation out there to Austria. And he was like, wow, where do you come up with this stuff? And my little youngest cousin was laughing. He didn't diagnose with autism. He was laughing. But, as we used to say in the military, there's nothing more autistic than a Marine, It's offensive, but also very true. I was pissed. whenever I moved to Korea as a veteran in 2013, I was taking two classes. I was taking a Dreamweaver class to design a website, and I was taking drums. And I went ahead and I completed all of drums. And I condensed the lessons. I went there every day, learned how to fucking drum. It's a music class, whatever. So I condensed all of that, went in, took it, and once I was done, I went out there, and that was my in-person class, so I can get 100% of the post 9/11 stipend. And then my Dreamweaver class. The one thing I never did was download Dreamweaver on hotel Wi-Fi going from Illinois to Korea and everything. But I did all of the schoolwork, and I had a C in the class. And I was like, hey, you know, I ran out of time moving to South Korea and everything. I was emailing the professor. I said, sorry, I ran out of time and everything. I did as best as I could. I didn't design the website, but I did all the schoolwork. So, you know, sorry about everything, but it's whatever. And she fucking failed me. She gave me an F in that class. Somehow or another, she was able to do that. And I'm still pissed. It's like, no, I didn't design a website. No, I didn't even open Dreamweaver. But I fucking did everything else. She was the one with the rubric. I followed the rubric. I did all the classwork, god damn it. Get an F in this fucking class. I was pissed. I was so upset. I had a website before, but I think I bought it not through. I think I bought it through GoDaddy and paid for Blogspot. Back when I used to blog a lot, I had a blog that paid for itself whenever I was stationed in Korea. Like all the other kids, whenever I was a kid, they would draw. They would do like art whenever they were bored in class. Instead of doing that, I would write. Yeah, I thought that I wasn't an artist, and so I would write, and so I got really good at writing. I made really good stories, and I still produce fucking fantastic stories every time I put pen to paper. And so I got really good at it. I had no idea that the kids were just fucking tracing back then. Just take an artwork of Goku and put a piece of paper over it and trace the lines. It's like I thought whatever the hell they were doing was fucking magic. I'm gonna get the fucking platinum trophy to that game that you're programming. Do it before it comes out. I thought about doing that a lot of times. I've thought about like downloading RPG Maker 2000 and then repeatedly trying to send speed runs of games that I program to like speedrunning.com. It's like I hold the world record for this game that nobody's ever heard of. Name them a bunch of things that like makes it really close. Like instead of Witcher, it's like Watcher or something. And then like send it to like Good Games Done Quick or something. It's like I own the world record. Like I can't find this game anywhere. Oh, I haven't released it yet. Like, we're not going to accept this entry. The guy's here. I'm going to try to buy something from him this time. At some point in time, I was the number 5 shit poster on Funny Junk. That's a global website. I shitposted so good that I was almost shitposted so good that I was almost #1 on planet Earth for shitposting. #5 best shitposter on Earth. I was the second person to ever graduate from Southern Illinois University of Edwardsville from a distance, doing distance learning. The first was this German girl. I met her. Something happened. She had to go back to Germany, and she finished her bachelor's degree. I moved to... I didn't get there on time. So you gotta treat your illnesses. You gotta treat your illnesses. It's very important. My friend from Korea is talking about getting really far deep into something, into programming something, and then giving up after well over 1,000 hours of doing it. It's like, they used to be me. They used to be me all the time. I've switched majors in college like way too many times. I started as an exercise science major. I went to psychology, then exercise psychology. Switched to communications, and then to sociology. And then finally, I went back to... I hit a roadblock in sociology. That was going to be my bachelor's degree. Switched to sustainability. I think I fucking, I've proven my worth in sustainability, man. I've been surviving off of, at first, nothing for a very long time. But then $500 of blood plasma donation money per month. For years now. I have the most sustainable lifestyle, period. No one is more frugal than me. I stop for every single piece of roadkill on the side of the road. I cook up 1,000 recipes. And then, just like Harvest Moon, after I cook up a recipe, then, after I cook up a recipe, I hand it to a gift to some villager nearby. That's the way that I work. And it makes them that much more likely to marry me. There's this one guy, he posted a video about cybersecurity specifically, or something like that. It was something very close, but he posted a video about it because there was this college that was offering a self-paced master's degree in cybersecurity or something along those lines, and because it was self-paced, he managed to do it in like 6 days or something. He completed a fucking master's degree in like 6 days. It was bananas. As for Elden Ring, no, I still haven't played Elden Ring. I've got 100% in Demon Souls and in Bloodborne and in Dark Souls on the Xbox 360, but I cheated. I did the Souls trick and got like 1,000,000,000%. But I have 100% in Demon Souls on I got 100% in Demon Souls on the PlayStation 3, and then 100% on the Demon Souls remake on PlayStation 5. And I have the Platinum Trophy for Metal Gear Solid 5 on the PlayStation 3 and PlayStation 4, PlayStation 5 version, and the Xbox 360, and the Game Boy, and the handheld, and the Amazon Alexa. 400 fucking trillion hours in that game. I actually was pissed because it's a lie. I was pissed because my I was pissed because I was trying to get the Platinum Trophy on Xbox 360, but they had already disconnected the service, and one of the trophies that you can get is for invading somebody else's forward operating base. So that's one of the other things. Just yesterday, I completed another sort of challenge for Metal Gear Solid 5. I was trying to follow the world record speedrunner's path during the epidemic on Mother Base and see whether or not if I reduce the number of people on Mother Base as low as humanly possible, can I save everybody? Can I make sure that no one dies in the epidemic except for those who are scripted to die? The answer is no. The speed, the thing is speed. Maybe if the speedrunners take the time to isolate the Kikongo strain, then they'll actually have less people die, because the world record speedrunner lost a grand total of about 10 people during the epidemic. Now my friend from Korea and my oldest little brother, now they're like exactly on the same ground, because they both. Yeah, I saw the kid that finally beat Tetris. But both my all three of my little brothers like to skip cutscenes. They had no idea what the hell the story was for any of the damn Metal Gear games. And my friend from Korea is the same way. It's like, I know the etymology. I know where every single follicle on Solid Snake's nuts is at. I know the precise latitude and longitude of every vein inside, Liquid Snake. Every single freckle on his face. But the worst thing about it was my buddy here from Korea, his first real experience with trying to like really get through the entirety of a Metal Gear game was Metal Gear Solid 4, while he was stationed in Bahrain. And he fucking, before they released the trophy system, he platinumed the game, essentially. And it's like, that game is so heavy with story and references and flashback sequences and everything else. It's so heavy with all these things. And my poor unfortunate friend from Korea here You just had to play through Metal Gear Solid 4 not knowing whatever the fuck is going on. It's like everybody is doing all this shit and flashback sequences. He has no fucking clue what the hell is going on. He didn't like killing people in the first place. He never wanted to kill anybody. I was talking about that the other day with somebody. I think I was talking about it with my youngest cousin, my middle aunt. I was talking about it with him because the solution to like the war problem, he ate the cigarettes. He ate the cigarettes in Metal Gear Solid 1, and then he vomited them back up. You gotta listen to the codec conversation. He says whatever they gave him suppressed his stomach acids. So it all stems from somewhere. My uncle is the one that got me into Metal Gear in the first place. He bought Metal Gear Solid 1 way back when. Like back whenever it first fucking came out or something. And then, you know, I bought him, I played it like a zillion times. And then, as soon as Metal Gear Solid 2 came out, I fucking bought the next one, played the hell out of it. Bought Metal Gear Solid 3, played the hell out of it. Then soon enough, bought Metal Gear Solid 3. And Metal Gear Solid 3 inspired me to join the military. Those magazines were magical. I think in Metal Gear Solid 4, you get a magazine to throw to create a distraction each time that you run out of bullets, which was the way that they did it in Metal Gear Solid 2 as well. But from Metal Gear Solid 5 and onward, or at some point in time, they just started giving you unlimited magazines to throw. You just throw empty magazines infinitely. At some point in time, whenever I was in Korea, I blogged about something else entirely. And I said, like, I was bored at night and started, like, on this tangent about how I went around and started hiding a bunch of audio tapes and, like, magazines full of bullets around the base, just in case of a zombie attack. Because that's all that you find whenever you're playing a fucking survival horror game. It's like, oh, I went into the school building and here's the fucking, you know, the rounds for the grenade launcher or something. Like, yeah, that makes perfect sense. Jesus Christ. Well, that's not super duper unusual. Levels aren't super important in Final Fantasy Tactics. My buddy from Korea just said that he grinded to level 70 on the first map in Final Fantasy Tactics. The levels aren't important. What's important is maxing out your JP, job points, and the jobs. Maxing out every single jobs. Because I've done that too. I've gotten to where I was an insanely high level, and then the very first time when that like there's like a tutorial and you have a quote-unquote random encounter, the monsters come in, and because they level with you, the monsters fucking beat your ass. It's ridiculous. I can remember there was not a goddamn thing that I could do about it. I wanted to go through... I started a playthrough of Final Fantasy Tactics War of the Lions on the PS TV, of all fucking things. The PlayStation TV. I've got it for iPad. But I can't get used to the motion controls. It's not good enough. I need a controller. They didn't have controller support last time I tried to fiddle around with it. But I was trying to see what the hell was different about War of the Lions. I was trying to like go ahead and go through the whole thing. I wanted to do the same thing a while back. Yeah, with monks you get to you start doing 999 damage pretty fucking soon. Shit was absolutely ridiculous. I wanted to go through like the most recent update of Final Fantasy VII. Because I wanted to see what it was like without the broken English. And also I wanted to refresh myself before I played the remake. I can't remember. I don't know what they have of the remake. I think that they have Midgar down, the first fucking town in Final Fantasy VII. They stretched it out to 60 hours. The guy who does fucking Kingdom Hearts is in charge, so everything is completely incomprehensible. And so they have Midgar. I think they have a DLC about Yuffie? Give her the original look, huh? So I think that they have a DLC about Yuffie, but I'm not even sure about that. Eventually, they're going to get to the first... They're going to get to Nibelheim with the... and do the entire sequence with Tifa and Cloud growing up and stuff like that. I know that they're streamlining it a lot, so they're probably going to take out the giant thing. Jesus, they're probably going to take out the thing where you play a mini game to try and stop Shinra troops from taking over a tower with a giant eagle on it. They're probably going to leave that out. They may or may not have the Midgar Zolom show up. They're going to streamline a lot of the bullshit. But I think the newest thing that they're about to release is going to get you all the way to the Golden Saucer. Because I think I saw a trailer about it, like oh, they were really teasing it. They were like, yeah, we're going to get you there to the Golden Saucer. It's going to be real cool. I know that they kept a lot of the mini games in Midgar for that remake. Jesus. Final Fantasy VII was another thing that my uncle got me into. He bought Final Fantasy VII as soon as it came out. Now, notably, I didn't start with Final Fantasy VII. I proudly started with Final Fantasy I. I played that shit on the Nintendo Entertainment System. My uncle and I had no idea. Kept a hold of that game. My uncle could have sold that for like $500. Bought a house, fast car. a couple of kids off the dark web, it would have been amazing. But no. Yeah. The oldest of my two middle cousins, from my middle aunt, he was asking me about the Final Fantasy games. He says, isn't one of them an MMORPG? I said, two of them are MMORPG. And I said, well, more like 2.5. Because one of them was an MMORPG that was so bad that they had to tear it all down and redo it. And then they wrote that tear down and redo into the lore. So like, it was really, really bad. I said, no, two of them are MMORPGs. So that was the whole thing with me, my uncle. Like, he got Final Fantasy 1, we played it, we didn't get that far, and then Final Fantasy 7. No, it's not like Stardew Valley, you idiot. Stardew Valley is like this. It's not the other way around. But yeah, the Harvest Moon series, they got bought out and they had to change the name of the series to Story of Seasons. And Stardew Valley was like a tribute and parody and knockoff of Harvest Moon. So yeah, this is the original, you know. And I would rather be, first off, I'd rather be playing the most up-to-date version of Back to Nature, because I played that a lot as a kid. And I want to finally, like, beat it, get to the end game, whatever. Yeah, but so did the guy from Undertale. So did the guy from Freddy Fazbear. Or. But it is not. MatPat gave Undertale. MatPat gave Undertale to the fucking Pope. He gave Undertale to the Pope. You're garbage. You never programmed anything as great as Undertale. I once played Undertale for 5 whole minutes. Changed my life. Changed my name. Changed my gender. Changed my bank account. Added many zeros. It already had 0 in it, so it didn't add any money, but it was incredible. It's a cultural phenomenon. My old army officer buddy said, like, he played Undertale, and he got like the peaceful ending, whatever, and then he tried for the genocide ending, and he's like, it's just painfully boring. So it's like you just have to kill monsters over and over again in every area, and then eventually it'll stop. You'll stop getting random encounters. He's like, I don't get it. He's like, it's not that fun. I could quit playing. 100%ed Cuphead. He said Dark Souls was too hard, but he 100%ed Cuphead. Guy was weird. I guess it makes sense. He was one of those Nintendo kids. Like his parents were like, they wanted him to of course. See, my friend from Korea, he doesn't like he doesn't like Undertale because first off, he's never played the game that it's fucking a parody of, which is Earthbound. But also, my friend from Korea is an insufferable snob, and every little thing has to be like, it can't be quirky, Like, if it's going to do a joke, it can't be corny or anything. Everything has to be precisely just right. Which is why my friend from Korea managed to platinum Metal Gear Solid 4 back in the day. Once he saw Johnny shitting in a barrel, he told me that it changed his whole life. He started crying. He was like, it was the funniest thing that he'd ever seen ever. It's like Johnny shitting himself throughout Metal Gear Solid 4 was what cemented in his head that he wanted to be just like Hideo Kojima whenever he grew up. And to that end, he's forced a lot of Walking Dead actors that he's managed to run into over the years to get completely naked. Holds them up at gunpoint. BSG3. I don't know what that is. Do you mean Baldur's Gate? Baldur's Gate 3? Because I haven't played that one yet. Played Baldur's Gate 1. Played Baldur's Gate 2. Played Baldur's Gate fucking 2.5. The oldest of my two middle cousins. Yeah, same. The oldest of my two middle cousins was like, I want to play Baldur's Gate. Yeah, same. And so have my little brothers. My little brothers played the Baldur's Gate PS2 games. You just, press the X button quite a bit, and then eventually you either die of old age or the game ends. And hopefully you've beaten it. 10 out of 10 game. The elf bartender in the first Baldur's Gate had a huge amount of lore. She had at least 2 personalities, 2 lores, 2 backstories. That was really good. She had a secret chest. Yeah, but the oldest of my two younger cousins was just like, I want to play Baldur's Gate 3. And I was like, well, you haven't played the first 2. You're not going to know what's going on. He was like, well, what was going on in the first 2? I was like, you know what? I don't really even know what the hell was going on in the first 2. So like something about 3 gods fighting, and then like some sort of Highlander type plot. You eventually go to Baldur's Gate, and that's just the first one. I don't know what the fuck was going on in the second one. No fucking clue. The most important thing is that in Baldur's Gate 3, you can fuck a bear. That's more important than anything else. Brings life to the masses. And they did have that scene that was pretty similar. There was a scene that was relatively similar in Dragon Age Inquisition, where your main character can fuck this like Minotaur guy, and like everybody else in your whole party are just like flabbergasted. Like, you'd fuck the Minotaur guy. I don't know what the whole deal was. I got addicted to the mini game where you'd like send your guys out on a mission and 20 minutes later they'd come back with like $100. Jesus Christ. Gotta go back to these things so I can fuck the golem. I went through Mass Effect 1 and then Mass Effect 2. I was fucking obsessed with it. Got Mass Effect 3. I played like 8 minutes. And then quit. I don't even know why. And like, I've spoken to a lot of people and it's very common. It's like we all pretty much had the same experience. It's like we all played 3 minutes of Mass Effect 3 and then fucking like they didn't just quit. And none of us knows why. I know in Mass Effect 2, I tried to be loyal to the lady from the first game, whatever the fuck her name was. And then, like, so I just spent the whole time. I did fuck the redhead on the ship because, specifically, the wiki said that there's no consequences for doing so. So I just did. so, so I did that. But besides that, I wanted to stay loyal to the chick from the first game. So at the end of everything, I've built up no romantic relationships with anybody in the game. And suddenly, fucking Jack, the bald chick with the tattoos and whatnot, she comes up to me and she's like, "Oh, hey, we're about to go into the dangerous mission. You gotta, we gotta fucking screw." And I'm like, "No, we don't." And so like, after the dangerous mission, you have like in Mass Effect 2, you have this this option to go and do a bunch of like say goodbye to everybody, stuff like that. I always got the evil chicken Fable, and it was because she had the same thing going on that the elf bartender from Dark Alliance had going on. She had like 2 big, massive lores. She had some sort of really deep and involved personalities. Secret chest. So like something along those lines. There's no like at the end of Mass Effect 2, whenever you go and like say goodbye to all of your people, they're all like, "Yay, we fucking beat the evil, I don't know, thingy." And everybody's like, "Oh, yay, cool." I'm not gonna play anything. I'm not gonna play anything that's fucking new. Ever. My 2 middle cousins are always trying to get me to play new shit. I don't do that anymore. Ever. And, at the end of Mass Effect 2, whenever you say goodbye to all your crew members or whatever, they're all like celebrating that they beat the evil thingamajig. And like whenever you go up, I went up to Jack because I rebuffed her. I go up to Jack and she's like, "Fuck you." If you literally unironically start defending Starfield, I will disown you. People like, I think like the opening days of Starfield, people were just so impressed that it basically functioned. And then like 4 days in after it released, like everybody churned on it. They're like, "This is a fucking sack of garbage." the next thing that I was going to try to stream and play, I was thinking about it, was Skyrim VR. I was going to try to get Skyrim VR and then stream the whole thing. That was going to be my big thing. Jesus Christ. I know that they recently updated it and they broke all the mods. But Skyrim VR was gonna it was gonna cost me like $100. I was like, oh, I'll get that, 1 month. As soon as I get my next student loan refund, I'll get Skyrim VR, and then I'll just stream the whole thing, and that'll be fun. And plus, I can get over my fear of asking people for help by doing side quests. That was my plan. That was my real, actual plan. I'm 36 years old, and still completely mentally handicapped. No, I haven't heard of the Oblivion Autism Cat mod. But I assume it's a mod for Oblivion that doesn't change it at all. No, that's what they did for Fallout 76. They didn't half-ass Starfield on purpose. Starfield is Bethesda's full ass. That's the best that they can do. I don't know if I've ever watched Will Burger. It's only a couple of people. I don't really watch that fucking couple people on YouTube anymore. Everybody talked about the GTA 6 trailer. I still haven't beat GTA 5. And I certainly haven't fucking platinumed GTA 5. Haven't beat. Apparently there's a way to platinum GTA 5 online. I haven't even played one fucking microsecond of GTA 5 online. It's New Vegas. It's worth a replay. I killed every man, woman, and child in New Vegas. Somehow or another, I managed to, beat 100% of New Vegas without getting the platinum. With Fallout 3, I really scoured the whole fucking thing. I got everything that wasn't nailed down. I emptied out everything. I killed every NPC that wasn't flagged essential. It was incredible. And I still didn't fucking get the platinum. It's like, oh, you gotta visit all the locations and fucking... you gotta visit every location in Point Lookout. People liked Point Lookout. Why did people like Point Lookout? I didn't like Point Lookout at all. It's like, it was so fucking boring to me. It's like, why are all these hicks, why are all these basic hicks that I see every day in the state of Illinois, why are they harder enemies than the top level members of the Enclave in Hellfire armor? Why are they harder than every other enemy in the fucking game? It's because you're a fucking snob. My friend from Korea says that he got bored of New Vegas. So, for anybody watching this VOD in the future, I want you to track down my friend from Korea and kill him in real life. I want you to draw and quarter him. He just said He just said the thing. This is the death penalty. Everybody knows this. You can't badmouth New Vegas. But it's because you're a snob. If you if you weren't a humongous snob, then you would giggle like anybody else whenever they go to Old World Blues and the guy who plays Dr. Venture in the Venture Brothers starts talking about hand penises. Once that happens, and then you get like a toaster that's ready to take over the world, that kind of stuff makes the rest of us give out hearty guffaws. For you, it causes you to roll your eyes as if you're too good to laugh at hand penises. And we both know that you're not too good to laugh at hand penises. So my friend, apparently they were going to do that sort of moral ambiguity stuff in Fallout 1. In Fallout 1, if you go down to Junktown, you gotta, like, you can go through the side quest and fight the fucking guy, gambler running the casino, whatever. Whenever they first wrote the story, they were going to make fighting the gambler be an economic suicide for Junktown. Because it makes sense. You know, the fucking casino is bringing in money and people and everything. And although they're doing some crimey-wimey things, it's whatever. You fucking tolerate it. And, so that was the way that they wrote Junktown in Fallout 1. And then Enterplay said, no, that's too depressing. So the whole thing with Fallout 3 and Tenpenny Tower, it was supposed to be a callback to that sort of moral ambiguity. And then they doubled down with it with that DLC of The Pit. You can either keep the slaver captain in Pittsburgh, or you can oust him and insert another slaver captain or whatever. It's like, it's completely morally ambiguous. And that was their whole thing. And then they tried to do that again for Fallout 4, but it didn't really land. Tried to do that for Skyrim as well. So, oh, but the Empire is just as bad as the racists. I mean, the Stormcloaks. No, it's not. Super Bunny Cop has a couple videos about how badly Bethesda fucked up the writing for Skyrim. They did a really fucking poor job of it. Fallout 3, whenever I first played it, I cared about the story. I didn't get that far in Fallout 4. Fallout 4 was the only fucking Fallout game that that was released that I just didn't I didn't get to the end of it. I was like playing them shits in order. I was playing Fallout 1 and then Fallout 2. I tried to play through Fallout Tactics, and I couldn't get past St. Louis, Missouri in Fallout Tactics because of the super mutants, which I think is 1-to-1, just like real life. It's like, you can't get past St. Louis, Missouri because of the super mutants. It's just completely normal, completely average. I tried to watch a couple of people play through that game, play through Fallout Tactics. Like, every fucking mission takes them like 30 minutes. if that. It's kind of like those crazy assholes that fucking play Civilization games. Like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna go and I'm gonna fucking play a Civilization game, and I'm gonna play one round of Civilization for the next 8.5 goddamn hours of my life. Yeah. That was another morally ambiguous thing, was running into Harold in Fallout 3. The best thing to do, it's needs of the many, right? So the most important thing is the needs of the many. So you just say, fuck Harold, he has to live in agony forever, so that, all of the vegetation will spread throughout the wasteland. Of course, you always get the cartoonishly evil option to like set them on fire or some shit. I can remember my mom married this guy named Frank. For anybody else that's listening besides this conversation between me and my little brother here. My mom married this guy named Frank, and Frank had 3 kids. It's like some big kid, can't remember his name. Fuck, I can't remember all 3 of his kids' names. But his son, first and foremost, his son would play games on easy mode. Cardinal sin. And secondly, his son said he fucking nuked Megaton in Fallout 3. I was like, what's wrong with you? Yeah, that's his name. I ran into him at the Jerseyville DMV at one point in time. I don't think he recognized me. I didn't get into his line either. He was off doing, I don't know, tag renewals or something, and I was renewing my driver's license. He fucking nuked Megaton. It's like nuking Megaton is it's not just an evil choice. It's not just a cartoonishly evil choice. It carries almost no upsides whatsoever. Even if you're going to try to be evil, a lot of times since it's a Bethesda game, of course, the point of the game is to steal everything that's not nailed to the ground. So I usually end up stealing so much shit that, I can usually recruit the evil guy in Megaton. There's an evil raider that's walking around Megaton. He's a shit companion, but whatever. He's like the first guy that you fucking run into outside of the vault, so I'll usually steal so much shit that I'm evil, and then, I'll recruit him. You gotta be evil to recruit him. And he goes around, he fires a very basic assault rifle, and complains. That's his entire characteristic. I think my favorite companion in that game is probably Charon. You go to the Ghoul City and you pay off his debt, and then he runs around with a combat shotgun. Just a whale of a time. Yeah, probably. Probably Boone from New Vegas, yeah. And of course, I was aligning with the NCR. The blood runs deep. So, whenever I was playing New Vegas, since I had been playing since Fallout 1, of course, I did everything for Shady Sands. Then it turned into the NCR in the second game, and then I did everything for them again. And so, I still love the NCR. And so, I was dicking around with Boone and back in the NCR, and I was like, okay, well, I haven't cleared out the fucking Legion yet, so I get near the boat to go to, Caesar's main camp, and Boone's just like, hey, if we go over if we get on this boat to go to Caesar, I'm going to kill everyone there. I was like, yeah, that's the plan. And he's like, oh, okay. It's just, I was just making sure that we're on the same page. I was like, yeah, hell yeah. Hell yeah, Boone. That's what we're here for, man. Like, come on. I was talking to Ryan one day, my oldest cousin's husband, and he said he got into Vault 3 and Fallout New Vegas, and he was just trying to do a quest, but he had Boone as a companion, and Boone doesn't like Legion, and he doesn't fucking like Fiends, so he said, like, Boone disappeared, and he could just hear screaming and gunshots for like 20 minutes. And he's just trying to, like, hand in a quest. And, like, yeah. I had to do all this fucking horseshit. And, I said, finally, he like hands in the quest and whatever, turns around, and you know, Boone comes out of nowhere. He's killed like the last of the Fiends. All right, the fireworks festival. This is also something that you don't have in the real countryside. Whatever. If my PS3 was still running, I would play. There's a Rune Factory game that came out on PS3. I'd be playing it instead. The one thing about Harvest Moon is that once they got, well, yeah, Harvest Moon, they eventually released Rune Factory, and they literally called it a fantasy Harvest Moon. Started letting you get swords, kill monsters, shit like that. It was fun. And then, like, ever since they've released, like, a new Harvest Moon, you're sitting there going, like, you know, this farming stuff's cool and everything, but I want to take a break and kill some monsters. You know, like, you're reminded that you can't do it. So that was the thing with Stardew Valley. It's not just Harvest Moon, it's also Rune Factory all rolled up into one. It's not just a parody and a tribute to Harvest Moon and Rune Factory and everything. It also, to many people who've been fans of the series since the start, they claim, and I don't know if I disagree with them really, they claim that essentially it's all that in a bag of chips. It's better. It supersedes, you know, the Harvest Moon Rune Factory series. I had the dream about food twice now. This has not once produced any fucking apples. I watered this thing for an entire season. Wedding is horse shit. I'm proud of myself. Last semester, I had a lab partner that was, of course, much younger than me. And I accidentally said that this wedding is horseshit. And he actually got the reference. I was so shocked and amazed. Getting the reference was an accomplishment. Making the guy laugh, very easy. These kids don't know what the hell hit them. I come at there, and they think I'm a fucking stand-up comedian. The younger people are, the easier it is for me to impress them. It's very, very easy. I remember I had this Air Force officer that was in my class last semester, and my lab partner. No, not at all. My lab partner was severely, like, he was a lot younger than me, and he looked like every fucking, like, college hippie with a beard and everything. He looked like he worked at a coffee shop. And I remember I told the Air Force officer that was in my class, I said, me and my lab partner are actually twins? And he goes, is that true? My lab partner just started laughing. He's like, no. Like, where did you go to school? No. Just tell little lies like that. Hey, the professor and I are the same age? Like, really? No. No. No, it's not. Barbara, you said your wife got home. Where was she? Why do you let her out of her cage? I think for a while, my buddy from Korea said that his wife, I stay, well, wow, that's fucking lucky as all hell. My co-worker from Korea here, he's a fellow military guy, but he married a Korean gal while he was down there. Found her at a bar. She was laying on the side of the road. He picked her up, drug her back to the base. So I say he married a Korean girl, and I know that for a while she was. I think he told me that for a little while she was like a server at like an Applebee's or some shit, something like that. Which isn't too bad. My cousin's on my yeah. He used to tell me stories. She like pretty much lived in his room while, and he was like still in the barracks whenever they were just like boyfriend girlfriend. And he said like, before I leave in the morning, I just put like a blanket over her head, and then I would come back like 12 hours later, and then I'd take the blanket off of her head, and she'd like wake up like a parrot. He would tell me. Love at first sight. He's treating this girl that he found at a bar like a pet rabbit. All kinds of ancient stories from back then. Coming back to his barracks room to find his roommate and his roommate's girlfriend. They both got the same. They went they went to the same bar. Him and his roommate went to the same bar, and they both got girlfriends from that bar. That both became their wives and mothers of their children. And of course, they both played hot potato with it, like did the cup trick with the 3 cups, and they switched their kids around. They don't even know if the ones that they're raising is theirs. They're really weird about it. But so he would come home to the barracks to find his roommate and his roommate's girlfriend were fucking like mid-coitus, just brazenly, no blankets on them or anything. He's like, ugh. He's like polite. He's on the other side of the room, trying to have sex very politely. Well, they're related to their mother. The biggest thing is, for me, is going to be seeing whether or not Hayner's daughters, Hayner's kids can hear as much as he can. He's got those big ass ears. All of it. I wish this was real. I wish I could just pick up shit from the side. Well, that's how you fucking do that. Alright. Just buy it. Jesus Christ. Truth is fucking stranger than fiction. Yeah, I regularly have fucking dreams of like ending up like stationed in Korea again. I regularly, like once a month or something, a bare minimum, I'll have a dream that I'm fucking back stationed in Korea again. That's dumb. I get to experience the fucking fishing mini game. Hell yeah! That's gonna be amazing. Go get a ham cheese for me. Eat a ham cheese for both of us. Can't remember the name of that shop was. But it was a chain. It wasn't just in Chennai. There was a sandwich shop, and I bet the most disappointing thing for me. Well, there was two things that were disappointing. One was going back to Korea. That's it. The Isaac toast. Isaac, yeah. It's like Isaac. I hope he has a horrible time. I hope my old coworker from Korea here, I hope that he drinks some bad soju and shits his guts out for the whole fucking time that he's on vacation. I hope the whole time that he's in Korea, he has a horrendous fucking time. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not that mean. It's just... I talked to my youngest cousin from my middle aunt. I talked to him and I said, like, buying a plane ticket to like a round trip to the Philippines, it's like a regular like temptation that I have to consistently trying to avoid. But the big disappointment for me was like several fold. They just opened up a cat cafe down there in Alton. You're gonna fucking pay to go. It's weird. But one of the most disappointing things was visiting Korea in 2013, just to find out that they shut down my they shut down my my arcade. They shut down my arcade. They shut down my fucking California Rolls place. They shut down the Muay Thai studio. I wasn't expecting it to survive. They got Tang Soo Do like right down the street. It's like, I wasn't expecting it to survive. But they took away my damn, my California Rolls place. That hurt. They shut down that, yeah. Even, like, whenever I first got, to Korea, yeah. Whenever I first got to Korea, they had a Dunkin' Donuts down the street from McDonald's. And my coworker from Korea down here in the chat, he doesn't even remember that. They shut it down before he got there. There used to be a line around the block. Koreans had never seen wheat. Yeah. My coworker from Korea, he wouldn't have met his wife if I wouldn't have dragged him out in town. Because again, he's a huge fucking snob. Barber, and he'd be like, whatever, Motley, nothing is incredible. Everything sucks. I like to shit on anything. I'm an asshole. And I'd be like, alright, and I'd fucking drag him outside of the fucking base, kicking and screaming, and then take him to some fucking incredible place. It would be the most beautiful fucking place that he's ever seen in his entire goddamn life. With 78 of the most beautiful women that he's ever seen, just walking back and forth. And then he'd be like, okay, Marley, that was kind of cool. I know. I've been here for a year, Warber. While you were up there in Bahrain. And sunny, funny Bahrain. I was down here in trenches. Buying the Shanghai Spice chicken combo set from McDonald's every day. I know this place like the back of my hand. Yeah, that was the big thing. We had a coworker down there in Korea, a guy named Herrera. And that guy was obsessed with Lee Hyo-ri. He fucking loved her. She's a pop singer down there in Korea. She's not even that big, really. But she's fucking long-lasting. She'd last longer than anybody else. But he was obsessed with this lady. And we were trying to tell Herrera, like Herrera, like, you can find, like, a girl that looks exactly like Lee Hyo-ri down the fucking street working at McDonald's. Without any amount of exaggeration. There was a lady that was working. There was a lady that was working down at the post office that was pretty tasty. There was one of the ladies that worked down at the gym while I was there was fucking thick, 2 C's thick. I actually ran into her at the cell phone place off base. And I was like, hey, do you have a boyfriend? She was like, yes. And so I fucking cried, peed my pants, and then, waddled all the way back to base, leaving a trail of urine the whole way. Heartbroken. I've never gotten over it. I remember one day, me and my buddy Warber here were trying to figure out, like, at the time that we were stationed down there, Koreans were making like they were making like $4 an hour, $4 Korean dollars. So it was like $2 regular dollars, almost literally. At some point, we actually hit a 2-to-1 ratio, American dollars to Korean dollars at one point in time. But I can remember they had a sign down at McDonald's that said that you'll make $4 an hour if you work there, or make $4.25 an hour if you deliver. And so I remember that, and me and Warber were trying to figure out if that's what these people make, how is everybody able to afford their like Adidas tracksuits and shit like that? The culture is like almost 1-to-1 with Eastern Europe in some places, and we finally figured out that that's their fucking dress shirt. That like they spent it all on that Adidas tracksuit. Yeah, the old coffee girls. They still had Craigslist ads for coffee girls whenever I visited in 2013. Didn't have to order any. I remember whenever my ex-wife got there, she was just my girlfriend at that point in time. But whenever she got there, people kept like walking up to her and like speaking Korean. They thought she was Korean. She never looked even slightly Korean. So I didn't get it at all. I don't think Bali Bali quit. I think Bali Bali retired. Same with Uncle Kim. I can remember while I was stationed down there. Bali Bali is the oldest Korean guard sentry that worked at our base in Korea. I can remember while I was down there, he came and he complained to me once. He said that Korea had raised the age to retire. And he was like, I was like 2 years from retirement, and then they raised it from 65 to 70 because people in Korea live too long. and so he was bitching about it. Yeah, that was... Bali Bali was the oldest motherfucker that was, like, working on that whole base. It was ridiculous. It was oldest fucking dirt. And he did not have a very good grasp of English. And so you'd be working at dispatch. I was military police. Me and my buddy were military police. You'd be working in dispatch. You'd get like a phone call, and you would just hear on the other end, "Have to take shit." Click. And you're like, okay. And you like call over the radio like, "Hey, whoever's the patrolman, Bali Bali has to take a shit." And they'd be like, "Okay, so where's Bali Bali? Is he front gate? Is he back gate? Is he main gate?" And you'd be like, "I don't know." I don't know, he didn't say. So they drive around in the patrol car to try to find Bali Bali. Gotta find Bali Bali before he shits his pants. It's like a timed sub quest, you know? The timer shows up on screen. You got 5 minutes to find Bali Bali, or else he's gonna shit his pants. And then he's gonna have to go home, and then you're gonna have to take over his part of the shift. Coworker from Korea down here, he had to give me the bad news that they cemented over the Japanese internment prison cells that were on base in Korea from back whenever it was the Shinkai Naval Station during the Japanese occupation of Korea. They had these little jail cells on base down by where the galley used to be in prehistoric times. And like the cells were so small you couldn't stand up in them. So you had to squat over. You had to get hit and become Little Mario just to stay in the fucking cells that were on base. And 100% of the new guys, we would tell them to clear the cells on base, and 100% of the new guys would refuse. There was nobody that was boot enough. Yeah. There was nobody who was boot camp enough that they would they'd actually go in those cells. Like 100% of people that were like, man, fuck that. I was stationed there for like 2.5 fucking years. I never stepped foot in those cells. And now they're cemented over. I won't be able to get the chance. The biggest thing, whenever I went down there in 2013, me and Warber, we went on base, and the biggest thing was that they removed the back gate. Me and Warber held each other and cried for the next 6 hours of our lives. Back gate was our favorite place in the world. If you were night shift in back gate, you could do anything. You can go into the back gate, and then 6 hours would pass. You would read 3 books. You would, piss in a cup and throw it out the window. You would see little girls come home at like 3 in the morning, and they would all have the exact same haircut and the exact same school uniform. And then, like, they would get close to you, and then you'd blink, and they would disappear. Like... Yeah, there was a officer barracks, Korean officer barracks, right next to our base, and officers and dependents would come on base, and they would go from base, from where they were to the other gate and get to their barracks. I don't know why it was set up like this. It was so fucking strange. But they would show you some ID that you've never seen before in your entire life. You fucking devil. You're a fucking monster. That's fucking horrendous. I'm not going to repeat what he just said. Like, we were trained on military IDs. We were even trained on like dependent IDs and stuff like that. And these people would come in the back gate, they'd show you some incomprehensible ID from the fucking 9th dimension, and you were just like, okay, yeah, sure. Well, you didn't know. You didn't know, they didn't know. And then eventually the CO changed the rules, because people would go on base wanting all sorts of shit. And he changed the rules so that if they even mentioned the name of the restaurant, he was like, we had this joke, we'd be like, Allahu Akbar, and we're gonna blow up your base. By the way, we're going to the Turtle Cove. And you'd be like, okay, have a good time. They're pissed. Didn't make any sense. They didn't want to... The CO was all public relations, and we were just trying desperately to keep people safe on base, and also annoy them if it was raining. That's fucking terrible. Got rid of Duffy's. Duffy's was the bar on base in Korea. And now I'm wondering what they did with that old man. That old guy that was always drinking with everybody in Duffy's. I'm reasonably sure that he lived there. Did they have to evict him after they tore down Duffy's? An American institution? I'm gonna put a grave marker out for Duffy's. I'm gonna celebrate this day each and every year. Call it Duffy's Day. Have a cake, pour out like a bottle of wine. When I first got there, it was crazy. There was this lady I worked with. I can't fucking remember her name. But she had an apartment out in town. She was E5, had an apartment out in town, and she would let the entire Filipino band, something like that, she would let the entire Filipino band stay at her apartment. She was like, "Oh, it's big enough." I was like, I don't want to like step on your hobbies or anything, but it's still fucking weird. Like the entire Filipino band would just stay in her apartment. Then again, I have to roll that back. Yeah. But I have to roll that back anyway, because at some point in time, I think 2 people were staying in the same apartment off base, and then we had somebody who was like an E2 staying in like living in their closet off base, which was so insane. And I don't even, I guess it's just because the guy's fucking, yeah, he probably, I think that was the thing as well. I haven't talked to him about that subject. He's talking about another one of our coworkers. Another one of our coworkers. He was married, had a daughter, and then his wife cheated on him with one of the band members. And the band members, it was weird. They were always Filipino. They were always from the Philippines, and they would change out like every couple of months or something. It was very strange. It's like, why not just have the same fucking band forever? Like, that's fucking ridiculous. It was bad enough. We always had to be careful around them. He was a relatively, he had his head put on straight. And we didn't have to like ask his wife for permission to take him out or anything, but he was literally more put together than like our boss Hauser. It's like Sherfield wouldn't get into trouble. Hauser would go and drink everything in a bar, vomit, shit, and piss all over the bathroom, and then bust out, and then tell everybody to leave the bar before he has to clean up after his own mess. And he was married with children. So that was Hauser. Sherfield never got in trouble like that. He would never do irresponsible shit like that. Now, I was single, so it was normal if I ever got into trouble, but I was a pretty straight-laced dude. I did go soap a fountain. Me and Perry and Herrera, we all went and we soaped a fountain. I can remember somebody fucking called us some dispatch and was like, that was Harwood. Fucking MA1 Harwood. He was 42 years old, 10-year break in service. I remember somebody called us in dispatch, and they were like, they were trying to get an idea where everybody was for some reason, and they were like, "Where are you guys?" And Perry kept telling them, "Oh, we're Soap a Fountain." And he was like, he said, "Where's that at?" And he was like, Soap a Fountain." He's 42. He was 42 whenever we were there. Now he's 500. It's Mum-Ra, the ever living. But he kept telling the person in dispatch that he's going to go soap a fountain. And he's like, why? Why are you going there? And he goes, Koreans love their fountains too much. No, he said, Koreans don't appreciate their fountains enough. MA1 Harwood was 42 years old whenever I was stationed with him. He had a 10-year-long break in service. He got back into the military, of course, because of 2001, A Space Odyssey. And he would begin each day. He was constantly smoking. I don't think he was ever not smoking. He looked ancient. And he would begin the day by brewing. He would get there super early. He'd get there like an hour early for shift, which is fucking ridiculous because they were 12-hour shifts. And you already had to get down there like a half hour early or some shit for your shift to count the bullets or fucking lick each and every barrel of each and every gun or something ridiculous. You know, name each and every tile in the place, whatever. So he would brew, he'd get there an hour early for shift, like an hour and a half early for shift, brew an entire pot of black coffee, and then he would drink the entire pot of coffee. The entire pot of coffee. And then he would start brewing another pot of coffee, and that's whenever he would start all the checks and everything to make sure that every hair follicle on everybody's head was in the exact right position, or whatever the hell that we were doing for half an hour before shift. I know it involved opening up the safe and saying hi to every gun or something like that. Something involving bullets. I don't know. Juggling? Probably. Taste testing? Maybe. And I can remember I was on day shift with him, and I told our boss Hauser. He was pretty much our boss. It was a position thing. It wasn't a rank thing. I told our boss Hauser. Yeah, literally. I told our boss Hauser, I was like, he didn't go to breakfast and he didn't go to lunch, and I asked him if he was going to dinner after shift, and he said no, and he walked off base. I said, Hauser, what does this man eat? All I've seen him do is drink black coffee and smoke cigarettes constantly. And he was just like, I know what he eats. He says, I've seen him do it before. I said, reveal to me this information, Hauser. And he goes, he eats those cardboard pizzas. He says he'd get one of those cardboard pizzas, he throws them in the oven for some indeterminate amount of time, and then he'll take it out eventually, whenever it's not all the way black, and then he'll take it by the edges and eat it like a big cookie. He doesn't cut it up into slices, doesn't do anything like that. He just ate it bite for bite like a big cookie. It's like, that sounds like Harwood. The fact that he's not dead by like heart failure is it's a mystery. I remember Hauser was telling me that he used to eat Hungry Man meals like every night, multiple times in a shift. You know, on night shift he would eat nothing but Hungry Man meals, and he said he had to stop doing that because his nose would his nose would start bleeding like randomly and uncontrollably. Because of the sheer amount of sodium in Hungry Man meals. He was preserving himself. I was like, that checks out. That makes a lot of sense to me. nothing ever topped, God damn it, nothing ever topped what fucking Fobar would get as a boxed lunch. His wife at the time would fucking give him a boxed lunch. And Fobar would come in with this old-timey lunch pail. The kind that kind of slides down. You like push a button, it slides down on the side. And you'd look in there, and it'd be several full-size candy bars, an entire 2-liter of Mountain Dew, like 2 peanut butter and jelly sandwiches, already with the fucking bread soaked through with jelly, like cut diagonally, like 2 bags of chips. It was fucking ridiculous. I was like, your wife packed this for you. And Fobar would be like, oh yeah, my wife packed for it. And I'd be like, Fobar, how are you? Explain everything about you. I told a story to some of my classmates last semester about old what's-his-face. This guy that one of my coworkers in Korea, he was a very short black guy. He was very fucking funny. He had to be about 5'5", maybe. Very funny. And he had this Japanese wife. This married short black guy. Very funny. Can't remember his name. But his Japanese wife, he's this little skinny short black guy. His Japanese wife would give him a full bento box and would pack this lunch for him. I can remember he brought it in one day at work. Yes, Carter, that was his name. And I remember one day he brought in his bento box to work and popped it open. And every little container in the bento box, every tiny little container had something in it. And that guy had stories. But every little container in the bento box had something in it. And I can remember there was, yeah, I can remember there was about 2 to 3 corn kernels in one little container in the bento box. And I said, that's got bits of cob on it. And he goes, yeah. I said, so somewhere in your fucking refrigerator at home is like a corn on the cob with just a couple of kernels shaved off of it. And he goes, yeah, probably. The wife takes care of the food stuff. I don't know. I was like, that's fucking insane. He couldn't lose any weight. He didn't have a fucking speck of muscle or fat on his body. I can remember him telling me that his wife was really insistent and would go into, she would always go into the bathroom, and this was something that was weird about her. She would go into the bathroom and she would put a weight over the drain in the bathtub. And she was insistent on this, that if she didn't do that, a bug would crawl, a beetle or something would crawl out of the pipes in the bathtub and then like take the plug off, and then there'd be beetles in the house. And he's like, that doesn't happen here. And in fact, I don't know if that happens anywhere. And she's like, it can't, she's like, you can't even put like the plug on it, because the beetles or whatever that crawl up through the pipes, they can lift up the plug in the bathtub like Superman. And he's like, what the fuck are you talking about? It's Korean fan deaf, but Japanese. His wife was Japanese. I think he met her in Japan. I think he was stationed down there for a little bit. I guess the water stopped him. This fucking thing has never bared fruit. I remember reading this big, complicated article about fan death and how it was like, in reality, it's how, like, if you do something in the exact right way, you can essentially churn a small room into a rotisserie oven. If you are drunk, dehydrated, have a fan going in the room, it's very hot. It's a fucking Tuesday, you've recently watched a fucking Nightmare on Elm Street movie. It was like, it was insane. Like, there was so many requirements. It has to be like damn near airtight room and everything. And then you'll churn a small apartment in the middle of the summer into a rotisserie oven and it'll kill you. But, yeah. So that was like, that was a big thing. And I just read this entire article about this hyper-specific situation. They're like, yeah, that explains fan death. Like, it can kill you. It just has to, you know, be all the fucking stars and moons of Nur and Mundus have to fucking align. You know, for you to get to the precise set of circumstances that can kill you. But for some reason, they were really fucking scared of it as a country. The weirdest fucking thing. Yeah, yeah. Every fan in Korea has a timer, and so like, you can't just like turn on a fan for white noise while you sleep, or just to move the air around the school, the room. That's the other thing. Got to play with electronics. You like get something out in town that would have those 2-prong things, and then you would get like a 2-prong to 1-prong little plug things that you could plug in the appliance in your barracks room. And you plug it into your barracks room, and no matter what you had bought, now it was a fog machine. It would just explode. Yeah, I was talking to somebody the other day on Funny Junk. I was talking to somebody about how Korea banned dog meat. And at first, you know, I was telling it was this big discussion. I was telling them, you know, I don't give a shit about dog meat. And they like told me their reasoning, and I was like, still, I don't care about dog meat. I was like, eat whatever you want. And then they talked to me for a little while longer, and then I was just like, you know what? Even though they only use a certain breed for dog meat, like, I think that, like, the idea of being like everything else for the people that would get a meat dog and then use it like as a regular dog, it would act like a regular dog. It hasn't been bred out of them. Yeah. See, like, I was stationed in Korea. Well, I've spent a grand total of about 3 years of my life in Korea, being stationed there and then visiting in 2013. And so I spent all that time in Korea, never once had dog meat. There was a person that my buddy and I, my coworker and I in Korea were stationed with. His name was Beecham, and he knew where the dog meat was. And he was just like, I'll take you to the dog meat. And we were like, no, it's not worth it. 100% of people, like, he'd have the spot. I can remember at some point in time, he claimed that he knew where a strip club was. And he sent us on like a half-day-long adventure through Masan, South Korea, trying to find this mysterious, non-existent strip club. He said, I talked to Fobar about Beecham, and he said Beecham's still in, and I think he said he was like a chief, senior chief, something like that. And I was like, that guy had literal bipolar schizophrenia. I was like, it's very fucking blatantly clear. And he goes, maybe that's what it takes. I don't know, man. Some people are normal. Some people literally, they're normal and they're not a fucking danger to society, waiting for something bad to happen at any point in time. The wrong guy to say the wrong thing. Beecham, by the way, was the one, he was the one of our coworkers that, yeah, he used to cut himself. He was a cutter. Self-harm. But Beecham was the one that challenged Harwood, our old coworker. Now, Harwood was the unarmed, he was the unarmed instructor. He had gone to a specific C school to get training on our unarmed techniques as military police. So, yeah. So he actually he fucking challenged our unarmed combat instructor on base. It was a wonderful little day. My buddy in the chat was there. He had to, I can't remember if he was in dispatch or if he was in the patrol car whenever Beecham was handcuffed and fucking kicking the back of his seat and shit, throwing a fit. It was wild. He was like in one of his bad moods, probably drunk as a skunk. I think Harwood was just getting off work. That's that 42-year-old man. Nah. That's that 42-year-old man that we were talking about. But he was the unarmed combat instructor. The guy knew what the fuck he was doing. He learned something in those 42 years. And so Beecham tried to challenge him to a fight. Probably didn't even get a head on him. Soon enough, he had Beecham's arms twisted behind his back, had him pressed up against the wall, and he told one of the Korean guards to, call dispatch, and they were frozen in shock. So he leaned over and grabbed the fucking handset himself and called in himself. He was off work in civilian clothes, and he called in himself that he's got Beecham pinned up against the wall, and he just tried to attack. He was a fucking lunatic. So that was the big thing. At the time, in the Navy, the mortal enemy of us, the mortal enemy of us military police were the Seabees. The Seabees would come on base for about 3 months, wreck shit, and then leave. Usually build a couple buildings while they were there. And they were just like the most unruly little bunch. But we were every bit as bad, if not worse. But we were the police. We knew we knew exactly what to do. You'd get somebody that would be like drunk on base, like fucking underage or something. Yeah, definitely worse. You get somebody who's like drunk underage on base, and they'd come in like after curfew, and you'd like escort them underneath all of the security cameras so that they could get back to the barracks room. You do shit like that all the time. You try to keep each other out of trouble, stuff like that. Hide the bodies, chop them up, throw them in the stew for the next day's lunch, stuff like that. And all the time. It's just locker room talk. It's just locker room talk. The one thing that was pretty smart was that every time a ship pulled in, it would pull into Busan. So we'd have to go down to Busan, and we'd have to guard 3 areas. The ships would pull in, and then they would go refuel and stuff like that, and restock on anything that they needed, all that kind of crap. And so they would pull into Busan. We'd have to drive an hour out to go to Busan. After all that gobbledygook, we'd be, wow, that's fucking strange. I can remember like 2 people maybe that were so-called stationed in Busan. They had like a fucking office in a random office building. It wasn't a base at all. It's weird. Anyway, so we go down to Busan. And there was 3 areas that we had to guard because while half of the people would be on the ship refueling and stuff like that and everything, the other half of the people would take off work. So the other half of the people that took off work, we had to prevent them from fighting with the locals. They would get drunk and stuff like that. I joined in 2007, and in 2006, George Bush Jr. Banned human trafficking, so we weren't allowed to do the hooker stuff anymore, stuff like that. So I spent 4 years blocking cocks. That's mostly what I did. I was a big cock block. That was my job. Fucking 12 hours a day, block cocks. That was my job. So... So we had to make sure they weren't fighting with the locals, they weren't getting too rowdy, they weren't getting too drunk or whatever, and stuff like that. So there's 3 areas we had to guard. One was the bar district, the other one was the international market, and the third one was the red light district. Well, the one thing that our command really got right was they didn't let young people guard the red light district. Yeah. I remember old Pak Cusack fucking smelled some fat black guy that got one of the beat-up looking Russian hookers and fucking like an attack dog sniffed his way all the way to the man's hotel room. Got him fucking pants down and everything, about to give it to this Russian hooker, and he was like, "You get your pants off, you get back to the ship." It's broken English, fucking pissed. Pak Cusack, he kicks a fucking insane amount of ass. Always has, always will. So it was always like, I think it was like E5 and above would guard the red light district. So to this day, I don't know where the red light district is in South Korea, and frankly I don't care. Never had to pay for it. I really wanted to, never had to. Go earn it. It's not that fucking hard, you know. You get in the uniform, you already look pretty decent, you're in decent shape. You're gonna fucking pay for it for. The same shit as last time. The fuck is the point? So, like, buddy down there in the chat, he We talked about coffee girls earlier. Never had to do the coffee girls things. The coffee girls thing, that was their clever thing. Korea had laws against hookers, but it was very fucking... They didn't enforce them very well. That was the thing. They didn't enforce them very well. And so, like, they would have red light districts full of, like, obvious fucking, like, whorehouses. And so, like, there'd be, like, chicks at, like, apparently, like I said, I never fucking been to these places. So there'd be, like, a bunch of places with, like, girls with no shirts on at the bare minimum. They'd be out there, dressed like they were in like they were mannequins in a department store, you know? It was that kind of shit. Pardon the fuck me, I fucking sat on the remote. But they'd be like lined up down the block. Just whorehouse after whorehouse after whorehouse. According to Hauser, I didn't know. Like I said, I was, whenever I left Korea, I was E4. I wasn't a big enough boy to go down there and guard the red light district. Couldn't block cocks down there. What we do, down there on Texas Street in Busan, that's where all the bars are, on Texas Street. And, there'd be these, like, the Texas Street was owned by the Russian mafia. That was like an open secret. And so they would have some Russian hookers going around, and they all looked like, I don't know, they all looked like the lady from Black Snake Moan, but like tired and beat up with like obvious bruises. Every one of them. Every single one of them. They all look like that. And old. They were probably all 21. They just looked like they were 38 from the hard life of being from Russia. Anyways. It's fucking strange. Buddy Warber actually found a naked karaoke bar. That's like finding a... It's like finding a shiny Charizard, man. that was some rare shit. Whenever my buddy Warber first got to Korea, he had to share a room with Cockworth. He was the resident fuck up on base, and he wasn't like the resident fuck up on base. He was a whole different creature. He was an entirely different human being. But I can remember one of the ways that we referred to him was as we referred to him as ET3, the extra testicle. He had an extra testicle, and I remember the one thing was he had gotten stationed there like shortly after the human trafficking ban, and they were still they had to quit doing that thing where they would take new recruits and send them to the whorehouses. They called it getting your green bean. That's some real shit. This is fucking ancient history. You can read about this kind of shit on Wikipedia and the history books. And so, so we were the big thing about him was like he got addicted to whorehouses. He would show us some model that'd be scamming him out of money on MySpace. He's like, oh, I just sent her a diamond ring for $1,200, and we're like, why would you do that, Cockworth? Have you ever met this woman? No. Like, God damn it. And he would spend like 100% of his money on whorehouses. And the big thing was that they would charge him extra because he had an extra testicle. That was a big thing. Super important. They charged him more for the extra nut. Which begs the question, for people out there like Lance Armstrong, would they charge him less for just having one nut? They get a discount? Place is a scam. Fucking insane. The one thing that was the one thing that was really, it was good news. It's like whenever I was down there, one of the reasons why I didn't know anybody besides Cockworth that, you know, partook in the fucking red light districts. One of the reasons why that was so fucking rare was that they had buy me drink girls, and they were girls also called juicy girls. And girls, you'd go to different bars, and these girls would come over and they'd put a hand on your knee. 100% of the time they were Filipino. 100% of the time they'd been told that they were going to be a singer, and they signed a contract, and the only way out of that contract was to marry an American military person. And so these girls had a incentive to get together with you. And so one of the things that was a change, it was a change that was different from whenever I visited in 2013. That was definitely a good change. Was that the Army had chased all of the buy me drink girl stuff out of the country. So by the time that I got back there and visited in 2013, that stuff was in the past. They didn't do that anymore. You guys down there in Bahrain were fucking maniacs. 100% of you. Of course, we also had a coworker that married a buy me drink girl, married a juicy girl, and the fucking microsecond that she got to the United States, she fucking divorced him and took as much as she possibly could with her. Microsecond. And it's weird. That's fucking weird. Because first off, I don't think Vigil was that bad looking. Second, yeah, but he's happy in our dreams. Only in our dreams. The thing was like all she had to do, there was a couple of different stories that would come out every now and again. Somebody would get married to somebody, like I remember there was an interview with some guy that said, like, he was admitting to these people that were conducting the interview that he had married his best friend in the military. It's like, whenever I got married to my ex-wife, she was stationed in San Diego, and suddenly she started getting basic allowance for housing and basic allowance for subsistence. So she was getting about $5,000 extra on top of her paycheck every fucking month. And for a while, I was for a while I was living in Illinois. Yeah, that was her name. And she was stationed in San Diego. I wanted to be with her and everything, but she was stationed in San Diego. I was basically stationed in Illinois with the Senior Reserve Officer Training Corps. I was a contracted cadet, and so I had to stay here. So that money, it paid for the fanciest. My brother's in the chat here, and he remembers my fucking, 2-bedroom apartment in Glen Carbon. It was pretty fucking nice. All because I was married to somebody stationed in San Diego. Wow. And he didn't marry the daughter. Shame. Shame. Just kidding. So, there was this guy that was being interviewed. He said he'd married his best friend. And I think it was like don't ask, don't tell time, something like that. Either that or he just said like he wasn't, like it was his husband, but they were like just best friends and everything. I was like, and the interviewer was just like, that nobody's forcing you to fuck your husband, right? Like, nobody's forcing you to fuck him. Nobody's forcing you to kiss him. Yeah, now. See, Warber, you don't remember the girl that that Kali got with whenever he first got stationed down there. She was orders of magnitude more attractive than him. And it was very strange. That was a whole different thing. I was telling my grandpa the other day that it's fun going to Jesus Christ. I said it was fun going to Southwestern Illinois College out there in Belleville, because Belleville's so close to Scott Air Force Base that I get there's a lot of like military people around, and I said I saw it. It was a sight that I hadn't seen in quite some time, but I was looking, I was going through the Walmart in Belleville. And I said, I saw the little Asian lady that's married to some fucking bridge troll that she had rescued her from her humdrum life, dying of dysentery. I've been able, anybody, for a while now, any veteran can go on base. But I still can't go on base because of that debarment from my ex-wife. She debarred me from base. She told everybody that I was the abusive one. Got me debarred from her base. It expanded to every single base in California. And then after that expansion, suddenly it became every fucking U.S. military base on Earth. Suddenly became that. And so it's something I have to fight, and I don't know, I can't be bothered. There's so much about this shit that I just cannot be fucking bothered. Yeah, a lot of programs opened up for me. And so it's a lot that I had to think about this weekend, since I fucking can't use the Edith Norris Rogers for spring semester, so I don't know what I'm doing for the spring semester. But that shit was fucking absolutely ridiculous. Like, whenever people, like, there's a reason that whenever Warber shows up, we get into conversation, because whenever me and Warber are remembering our past, it's kind of like watching an old cartoon, and you're trying to figure out, did that actually fucking happen? Were we all did that actually fucking happen? That seems so strange. Like, you can't fucking write a book about the shit that we went through and the things that people did you know, so fucking strange. Yeah. We even had the, there's a lot of other characters. Like, there was this old guy and like down by the McDonaldo down there in Chennai district of Changwon, South Korea. There's an old guy, and if he spotted any white person, he assumed that they were military. And once he assumed you were military, he would salute you. We assumed that he remembered us from the fucking Korean War or something. And then he would start babbling on about nonsense. They rated me 10% disabled for the bone spur on my left foot. So now it's like a genuine thing. I was looking up like that's a mobility problem. I was like, can I have to? It's like since that's a mobility problem, can I get a disabled tag? Start parking in the handicap spots, and like I read everything about it, and it's like your physician has to like fill out part of the form, and I was like, fuck that. I'm not doing all that. I broke my hip in the middle of Army SROTC, and I was in crutches, and my physician gave me a temporary tag to park in handicap spaces, and my fucking my lieutenant colonel in the Army fucking yelled at me and made me quit doing that. He's like, it makes the Army look bad. Why does it make the Army look bad? Because it makes it look like the Army is going to break your hip. The Army made me fucking break my hip. Makes you look exactly the way that it looks. The story that's being sold here, that you fucking broke my hip, that story is being accurately depicted by me having a broken hip. My goodness. It's like classic military nonsense. Can't sell the story as is. You gotta... That's against the rules. Gotta hide the truth. I used to do that whenever I was right out of boot camp. I would do that. I'd be, for a while, I would wake up in a fucking blind panic, thinking I was late for something. That was after boot camp. During A school, definitely. After A school for a little while. Wake up in a blind panic, 0 to, 100 beats a second. But after that, it went away. Warber here in the chat, he's a fucking weird dude. He's never been fat. I've never seen Warber fat. But he fucking snores like a wildebeest. His sleep apnea is something else. I don't know how he didn't get complaints from the neighbors whenever he was in Korea. Everybody's living in their tiny little, 126 square foot apartment. And he'd snore so fucking loud. And, that's also weird.
he didn't get disability for sleep apnea. In the meantime, our friend Perry got 50 fucking percent for sleep apnea. He had to wear a CPAP and everything. Then again, I'd never tried to sleep in the same room as Perry. Never tried to sleep with Perry. Only a couple times successfully slept with Perry. No. For legal reasons, that's a joke. No. So, but that was the. They told me that they did a sleep study on me. They did a couple, and eventually they told me that yeah, you snore, but not bad enough for us to do anything about it. And I was like, so what do I do? And they're like, I'm like, fuck you, kid. That's what. Deny until you die. That's always been the policy. Deny until you die. I mean, you know, me and my brother are in the chat right now, and our grandfather was in fucking Vietnam. Do you think he has a drop of disability? No. Of course, he also hasn't tried for disability. He was a draftee. He didn't fucking go to Vietnam of his own free will, so he's been terrified of the military ever since. He doesn't want to apply for disability or anything. He's afraid they'll fucking draft him at 76 years old. I had to take him to a colonoscopy. Yeah, you told me about that. They told me I needed a they told me I need a fucking hearing aid in my left ear, and I was like, I don't want to fucking hear that. And so I had to take our grandfather to his colonoscopy, and I told the guy behind the desk, I said, you know, my grandpa here, he would have a hell of a lot less. My grandpa would have a hell of a lot less. This is, you know, veteran insurance the whole time. He's a Vietnam veteran. I said the only problem is if he would have done that, he'd be dead by now. The fucking. Hey, me and Warber will tell anybody about the VA, man. If you want to get your humors realigned, if you want to, you know, get bloodletting, if you want to get leeches, you know, that's good treatment. Sometimes they just burn sage and kind of like waft it over your body. It's not super duper bad, and it's gotten better than it ever has been before. I'll say that much for the VA, but at the same time, it can be a little medieval at times. They're still kind of behind the schedule, yeah. It's a beautiful time for the whole family. As I used to, I was telling somebody, I think I was talking to one of my cousins from my middle aunt, and I was talking about how before, during, and after the military for quite some time, I kept telling people like, hey, if you want my benefits, I'll let you talk to my recruiter. But the thing is, like, a lot of people don't qualify. Most people don't qualify to join the military at all. There's that thing that fucking Army recruiters always tell you, which is like, whatever your recruiter doesn't know won't hurt them, which, fuck that. Like, you know, that sort of thing. They're telling me that I had ADHD from the start. They're telling me that I had depression from the start. They're telling me shit like that. And, you know, so they're telling me it's not they didn't cause it, they didn't worsen it, and so they're not going to pay for it. And they've been telling me, they've been towing that line for years and years now. And it took them that long. I was 30 years old before they even fucking diagnosed and started treating me for it. And so according to them, I never qualified to join the military in the first place. It's so strange how the government is so comfortable talking out of both sides of their mouth. They're so comfortable with it. They are not afraid of calling every single doctor that you've ever run into incompetent, even if they're on their payroll. Because that's what they're saying. They're saying like, hey, you know, you've been depressed and had ADHD this whole time. You've never qualified to join the military, but everybody working down at the military entrance processing station, they're all really fucking dumb and they're bad at their jobs. They're all horrible doctors and they weren't able to detect this at all. Because they're also not calling you a liar. If they called you a liar, then they would have to give you an official document. They'd be open to be sued and shit like that. So they're doing this fucking legalese bullshit where they're denying you for a condition, saying that it's not their fault, but it's also not your fault. But simultaneously, they are calling every single doctor that you run into up until that point completely incompetent. And they're very comfortable doing that. They don't care at all. The funny thing is, like, of course, you can go and, like, there's plenty of these places, military instance processing station, there's plenty of these places that, like, these doctors are still fucking working there. And you can, like, show them the paperwork and say, like, hey, you know that the government's calling you a completely incompetent waste of fucking space? And, you know, I'm sure they'd be pissed, but they got places to go and people to do too, so they're not going to fight it for you. I don't actually want to know what to do in this mini game. I've tried moving this left stick around. I've tried bashing one of the buttons. I don't know, but it works every time. So whatever I'm doing, it's probably the right thing. I was telling my brother earlier that I really champion Dr. Daniel Lehman's work because he works with the SPECT scan. He actually does a SPECT scan, scans your fucking brain, tells you exactly what mental illnesses that you have, if any, and how to treat them, and it's done. There's no more of this throwing random shit at the dartboard to see what sticks. None of that. It's like it's like an X-ray. You see that see the brain, you see how it's broken. You look at a normal brain. Everybody knows everything. So it took whenever I left the loony bin, whenever I left the psychiatric inpatient center at Jefferson Barracks VA Medical Center here in St. Louis, Illinois, or St. Louis, Missouri. Whenever I left there, I had major depressive disorder, but they didn't know whether or not I had ADHD because the symptoms overlap. But through the Dr. Daniel Lehman clinic, they would have known right away. But it's only recently come into vogue. Nowadays, TRICARE will pay for a SPECT scan, but you still got to pay $400 out of pocket to a AMIT clinic to get it interpreted and scanned and get your results back. So they'll pay for the SPECT scan. And I think fairly recently you can order a SPECT scan through the VA. So they'll pay for, the VA will pay for a SPECT scan as well. So it's weird what they do and don't accept. But that like takes care of it, you know. And instead of dicking me around for an entire fucking year while I fail classes because you don't know, you know, whether I have this mental illness, that mental illness, or more or less, how about instead of doing all that, you just fucking scan the brain, get it over with? Slow going. Not a lot of people know about it. And while it's getting more and more popularity, more and more vogue, more and more efficacy, more and more people are getting in on it and around it. Give me the fucking apple. I'll shake the fucking dog piss out of this fucking thing. I see the apples. I will shoot down these apples like it's fucking Breath of the Wild if I have to. No. Damn it. Sweating is horse shit. Fucking shrooms, hell yeah. Still haven't got one. Still haven't got a spec scan yet. Apparently they inject you with radioactive sugar. It's a new growth tree. That tree grew in 2 seasons. It's like there's a lot of skinny trees next to the trailer that I'm living in right now. And it took 15 years for them to grow. Some of them are tough. Some of them not so much. One of them I whipped out every fucking tool that I had to try to cut it down. And it's still stubbornly standing there. I think it had some things that were grafted in it as well. It like grew around like a piece of iron sticking out of the ground. It was weird. It's out there. I think there's a couple of my tools out there rusting next to it. And the last time I fucking used every ounce of my goddamn strength trying to take the damn thing down. And some of them you can just push down with your foot. I got a couple TikToks doing exactly that. Go out there and see like a dead looking tree and I'll just kick it down. Like that movie Kickboxer with Jean-Claude Van Damme. Wiggling trees is a lot more effective in Animal Crossing. Animal Crossing used to be weirder. When it first came out, there was a bunch of like rumors and shit. And then like something about resetting your game without saving or something like that will summon some guy named Mr. Rossetti that scared the piss out of a bunch of young people whenever Animal Crossing first came out 1 billion years ago. Back whenever my buddy Warber and I used to ride our fucking dinosaurs to school. It's a whole new season. It's my favorite season, fall. I remember a fun little thing. So earlier we were talking about Bali Bali, which was the oldest Korean Guard sentry working at Chinhae Naval Base in the Chinhae district of Chongwon, South Korea. Bali Bali was fucking ancient. And one day he just decides to fire up a conversation with me with his limited English skills. And he says, "What is your favorite season?" I said, "What?" He says, "What is your favorite season?" All right, if that's what you're asking me. Fall. I said, it's not too hot, not too cold, just need a light jacket, you know, it's pretty good stuff. Hey, my birthday's in the fall. And he's like, my favorite season is summer. And so we go, yeah, why is that, Bolly Bolly? He says, I get to look at the girls. They dress real skimpy, and I look at girls. But my wife, she smacked me, and so I put on sunglasses so she doesn't see me. But I look at the girls. I like summer. All right, Bolly Bolly. Thanks for that information, unprompted, not asked for. We don't know each other this well, but thanks for telling me unprompted that you fucking leer at girls all summer behind your fucking mirrored polarized sunglasses. Yeah. That's always that was always another conversation. There's this other there's this guy this one fucking chill as fuck black guy that worked at base. He was like an ET or some shit. But I used to hang out with him all the time. My fucking best friend in the world is weird. Can't remember what the hell his name was. But me and him went down to Masan one day for some odd reason. We got into a taxi cab, and the taxi cab driver was just like, "Oh, you guys are on the lookout for girls?" I'm like, "Yeah." And he's like, "You like white girls or Asian girls?" I'm like, "Oh, Asian girls." He's like, "Oh, I like white girls." He says, "White girls got the big pussy." And we're like, "What?" He said, "Yeah, white girls got that big pussy." Okay. I don't know about all that, crazy taxi driver guy. He was like we probably prefer it to have a little bit more grip on the tires, you know. We like it to be a bit smaller, on the smaller side. And he's like, "Oh, I like the big pussy. White girls got the big pussy." All right, if you say so, man. Have a nice day. What the fuck was that? Most of your time in the military is situations like that. You just don't know what the fuck is going on. Just nodding your head, trying to be polite. That's very strange. I didn't know that at all. I've heard nothing but good things about sex with Asians. And I had that one Filipino girlfriend. She was a buy me drink girl, and like I said, I'm glad that she got out of her contract. She was also tricked into being a singer. See, my buddy Warber, whenever I got this Filipino girlfriend, I took her back to base, and she didn't have an ID, and so I had to call my buddy Warber, who was thankfully on shift at the time, and he had to take the patrol car off base and pick us up. And then she had to lay down in the back seat to sneak onto base because she didn't have an ID card. So my buddy Warber here, he helped me get laid. And for that, we're blood brothers. I can never repay him. I can't believe that you don't remember that shit. Because you complained about it for a long time. It's like, you had me break the law. It's like, we regularly break the law. We constantly do nothing but break the law. Made a really big deal out of it. It was just the one day. I was so upset because she's like telling me that she loves me and everything, and you know, frankly, I had a really good time with her, and I would have kept dating her, no problem at all. I had to go to my next duty station in Oklahoma. So I just met her at the wrong time. She was one of the newer buy me drink girls. Big things, it used to make people nervous. So whenever me and him first got stationed to South Korea, the patrolmen didn't have guns yet. They just had a big nightstick. And so the cops out in Korea didn't have guns. And so guns really made Korean people nervous. So one of the things that was really, it wasn't against any laws, but you really weren't supposed to do it. We'd go in the patrol car off base in uniform, and we'd go get McFlurries. And 100% of the time, they didn't know what a fucking McFlurry was. We get to the same motherfucker. We get to the same guy. It's like, we were here yesterday getting McFlurries, and he still doesn't know what a fucking McFlurry was. We have to point every time. Every time we have to point at the fucking thing. Like, that thing, the thing on the fucking menu. And he's like, what is that? And it's like, it uses that machine behind you. What did you think that machine was for? Every time. Like, endlessly. Nobody knew what the fuck a McFlurry was. Endlessly. Like we're fucking ordering off of the goddamn secret menu. Every time. And this was important. Because, you know, McFlurries were like a treat. They didn't serve ice cream in South Korea. They didn't know how to make ice cream. They didn't know how to make a mixed drink to save their lives. The only thing that you could get was a screwdriver. That was about the most, at the time, that was about the most complicated thing that they knew how to make anywhere. You can't fit a cow in the entirety of South Korea. There's not enough room. It's the size of Indiana. So they didn't know about, you know, ice cream things. I can still remember the horror whenever I first got there. Yeah. Yeah. So, Warber here. We used to do training exercises with the Korean police out in town. You know, back here in the civilian world, you know, you get trained for about 3 months in police academy, maybe 6 months. Sometimes they'll go for, they'll make you work in the jail for a year before you go on patrol, stuff like that. But no, us military police, we were fucking, we had 7 weeks of training as military police on top of boot camp, but it's not like that does anything for you. I was military police anyways. Yeah. And so one day, good old my coworker Perry and good old Warber down here in the chat, he had to go out and train with them, and his scenario was that he, you know, got in a struggle snuggle with an old lady. That was the scenario that came off at the top of their heads. Like it happens all the time, right? They really need to train this specific scenario. And then Warber here just ran off, and they hadn't cordoned off the area, so he was told to come back. And then they offered him the handcuffs, which is a weapon. It's made out of steel, you know, poke somebody's eye out. Offered him the handcuffs with 2 hands. That's the polite way to do things in South Korea. Offered him the handcuffs. Asked him to put the handcuffs on himself. Eventually he's got about like 5 Koreans all holding him down, trying to push him in the back of the car. They're finally getting aggressive. He's fighting them off. Again, Warber here down in the chat, he has never been a fat man. He's not G.I. Joe. He's never had a bunch of muscles stacked on top of each other. And he might have seen a gym in the last 10 years, but maybe not. So they're all just like, trying to get Warburg into the back of the police car out in town. And one of them, who had just gotten their fucking guns, whips out his fucking 38 special and points it at my buddy here. And then Perry put his hand on his weapon, doesn't take it out, thinking that he's going to get in a shootout with the entirety of South Korea and possibly, you know, win. They just got these guns. They can't be that good at them. And then at the last moment, Warburg looks over, sees that he's got a real gun pointed at his face, and gives up. You have to look at things. You have to look at things through their eyes. You know, they're a very authoritarian, sort of focused people. So in his eyes, the police are infallible. But Warburg here is fighting off like 5 of his dudes. And so at this point in time, he's thinking of like fat Americans. If he's saying like a skinny American can do this, then a fat American can probably topple buildings, you know. And so and reminder that police is a compulsory thing in South Korea. So you get automatically drafted after high school in South Korea. You either go through the 5 branches or the police or for a factory for 3 years. And so these people don't even want to be here. They didn't sign up for this job. But, you know, so he's pointing, if you look through his eyes, he's pointing a gun at my buddy Warburg in the chat here. And he's thinking to himself, if I shoot him, it'll probably just make him angry. You know? So, like, he's like, there's this invincible skinny American that is throwing off 5 of my friends. I'm scared, alone. The situation's out of control. If you look at it in that specific way, you can understand. Otherwise, it's just a fucking shit show. That's what it was. This is the fucking cartoon shit that we went through, man. So Warmer and I tell each other these stories over and over again as confirmation that we're not fucking making it up. As confirmation that we didn't hallucinate this shit happening. No, like they're straight out of high school. They're compulsory service. I can still remember right after they got their guns, they had these pleather holsters that they'd stick these 38 specials into. And they had a lanyard running to their belt. And I can remember I was down there in Busan and some fucking Korean National Police guy was giving chase to somebody who fucking, I don't know, fucking violated the law. And he rounds the corner the whole time. His zero retention holster. He's got his 38 special bouncing up and down, unaided, and then his fucking 38 special falls out of his holster and just starts dragging on the ground. And so he takes the lanyard and he pulls it up hand over hand by the lanyard. And so he pulls it up by the lanyard, puts it back in his pleather pocket, and starts to run after the bad guy again. And as he's doing so, I see his gun fall out of his holster and start dragging behind him, picking up sparks on the pavement the whole time. Saw it again as he was running away. It was a beautiful sight. And people are like, you know, South Korea was supposed to stop having, you know, the United States government protecting it back in 2012. And then they extended it over and over and over again. Yeah, this is why. They're not ready, man. They're not ready to defend themselves, man. I promise. I promise you. They are not ready to defend themselves. Take a lot more time, a lot more coaxing, and maybe 1 or 2 more Admiral Yees. And then they'll get there. Admiral Yi. That's the only way that they're going to be able to do it. Even then, it was all luck. Hideyoshi Toyotomi tried to invade South Korea. He couldn't. First, he got taken down by a hurricane. Then, he got taken down by Admiral Yi and his forces. But it was because they were just transport boats. They were island hopping. They didn't have any armaments on the transport boats at all. Japan fought Admiral Yi. It was Hideyoshi Toyotomi that fought Admiral Yi. Look it up on Wikipedia, brother. That was Hideyoshi Toyotomi. That was the man that preceded the Demon King Nobunaga Oda. He was the tricky monkey general or whatever. He was the guy that made a castle appear overnight. And he got his ass beat by Admiral Yi and forces. Of course, it cost Admiral Yi his life, and his son had to wear his armor to continue beating his war drum. Look it up, man. I'm telling you. It was Hideyoshi Toyotomi's forces that tried to fight Admiral Yi. Look it up on Wikipedia right now, brother. That's what he's famous for. That's why he's got a statue in Chinhae. My favorite story about Korean versus Japanese relations is the Dokdo Rocks. And don't get me wrong, the Japanese are 1000% in the wrong, and they have not been nice to Korea ever. Oh, hell yes! Finally got these fucking things just in time. Now we're fucking cooking with gas, boys. There's the Dokdo Rocks. There's some... You can see... If you go to the Chinhae Pavilion in the Chinhae district of Changwon, South Korea, and you, like, bring a fucking binoculars, you can see the Dokdo Rocks. They're not that far away. And then, And so, they're that close to Korea, but Japan has repeatedly claimed them as their own. And so there was a couple that was living there, and they would fish jellyfish. That's what they did for a living. That's what they ate. That's all they did. What the fuck is that? That's a fucking hell of a dream. It's like the ending of Final Fantasy VIII. So eventually, in order to protect their property, South Korea stationed an entire police station on the Dokdo Rocks to guard that one couple that lived there. Just that one couple. So then after all of that, the sheer amount of people on the relatively small Dokdo Rocks polluted the area so much that it then became impossible for the couple that lived there to continue jellyfish fishing. They would have had to go too far out into the water. Wouldn't be worth it anymore. That's my favorite story about Korea-Japan relations. Besides the fact that the inventor of Kyokushin karate, Masayama, was Korean, and his name isn't Masayama. Or the gangster that went down to Japan and beat all the Yakuza's asses. It's in both of their histories, and Japan is terribly embarrassed about it. Beat all their asses. The Yakuza had swords. This man had nothing. He went out there with his feet, and he fucking beat ass. It's fucking ridiculous. All bark, no bite. That's also on Wikipedia. You can look it up. It's fucking crazy. I didn't think that whenever Bahrain did his fucking his debut album back in fucking 2008, that the DVD that he put along with it, where, remember, Warber here remembers that in that show Human Weapon, the only martial arts that beat both of the hosts of the show was fucking Taekwondo. And it was the same guy who beat both of the hosts back to back. Knocked out Big Bill Duff. It's fucking ridiculous. Bahrain had that debut album in 2008, and he had a DVD that he released with it. And in the DVD, he goes and beats up a bunch of Yakuza, and he kills one with a pineapple, which is fucking incredible. And, you know, I watched it at the time, and I was like, wow, that's just something. I didn't know that it was a fucking biography, man. Like... fucking ridiculous. I'm gonna go chase this girl down a lonely road. Now that's country. Yeah, if only they survived out in the ring. Then there was Human Weapon was one, but the other one was Fight Science. Not Fight Science. Wasn't Fight Science? They had two kind of scrappy hosts. And they went and they did Krav Maga. And the teacher, like, started the whole thing by fucking elbowing one of the hosts on the jaw. It was wild. Full bore. There's so much shit in my pockets. I cannot sell more. Sold the maximum amount of shit. Fucking rich, bitch. Hell yeah. This guy and his yurt. You get a lot of people online, got a lot of people doing like articles and videos on yurts. Everybody thinks it's a really good idea. Check them out, man. They got a lot of problems. Got a lot of mold problems. See, this looks like fabric on the outside here. Unless he sealed it with oil, which it doesn't look like he did. And that fabric that's on the outside of this fucking thing. If it's canvas, it makes mold. It gets mold problems. The inside of this fucking thing. No, and I don't know when is the last time that there's been a Katamari Damacy game. Thank God I'm only borrowing this game from the library. I don't know if it could hold my attention. For the 106 trillion hours that I've spent in Metal Gear Solid 5. Yeah. I just finished a no-kills playthrough of Metal Gear Solid 5. I streamed the entire thing, start to finish. 100%ed it. Platinum, whatever. Just finished all of that. And, I still, like, failed to fucking do it. Somehow or another, I got 2 kills in the playthrough, and I don't know exactly where. This game is nothing like the fucking country. Nobody wants to go mudding. A couple things I don't understand. One, mudding. Nobody that I know goes mudding. Nobody wants to fucking tear up their transmission in the middle of a fucking mud field. There we go. That's a normal thing to do. Here, you take it. Well, fuck you then. Cat-to-cat conflict. Can't put it in my bag either. What the fuck is up with this game? Moonlight Sonata! Gotta open the Resident Evil door. Where's the Spencer Mansion? I know Final Fantasy minigames that have like more involved gameplay than this. I told you, man. After Harvest Moon made Moon Factory, it was all over. Once they made Rune Factory, every single time that they've released another Harvest Moon, you'd be in the middle of it and you're like, man, I could take the break and kill some monsters right now, but you can't. I don't watch interviews anymore. It's not good enough. I watched a guy interview fucking David Hayter about his time playing as Solid Snake. And he made that interview boring. And after that, I didn't trust interviews anymore. What is this Chinese restaurant over here? It's a Chinese restaurant. Okay. That makes sense to me. I wish he said he hated the game. I wish he said Stardew Valley is a piece of shit and he's gonna send a hitman over to him. It'd be a way better interview. I wish he challenged him to a fucking sword fight right then and there. That'd be the best. That's how you spice up a fucking interview. Okay, so we just got a cutscene of this girl shitting over here next to this fucking guitarist. What the fuck is going on? Mustafa's music really loosens up my motherfucking bowels. I shit by this tree every day. There's my fucking headcanon. I'm gonna modify this game so that it's canon that she shits on the side of this tree every day while listening to this guy's music. It's the fucking thing that she's got around the waist. It makes it look like a skirt. Makes it look like she's just whipping out the shiwi. Taking a whiz on this tree. One of these scarecrows have to talk back. Not once, outside of a Halloween decoration, have I seen a scarecrow in real life. Not once. You know you have to heat greenhouses? You have to put a heater in there. Like, what the fuck is the point? Oh, now that I've blocked the rain from getting to my plants and put a heater in there, now it costs me more money to have plants. Like in like the first couple of Harvest Moons, you get a greenhouse. It just means that you can grow. In life, it just means that you have to put more effort into your plants. I don't get it. In the other Harvest Moon games, your animals would grow old and die. That made the game better. You'd sit there and cry over the fact that you just lost a chicken that you named A and a cow that you named B. That was back whenever shit mattered. See, that was real. That was real life. Out here in the country, you get barn cats. You get barn cats, and those cats take care of the pests. They take care of pests around the property. Every time that they take care of a pest, that's less money out of your pocket. Whenever they're trying to eat your crops and shit like that, they're decreasing your fucking yield, man. Cats pay rent. Period. People don't understand that. So that's the cool thing about the country. That's real life. But the thing is, cats are cruel. Cats are cruel and unusual. They won't just like kill something. They'll take it and they'll drag it inside. They'll fucking show you whatever the hell they've caught. And then they'll sit there and they'll let it go so they can catch it again. It's all about the hunt. So every now and again my cat will fucking bring me something that's only half dead. So it'll bring me, it used to bring me a rabbit every day. Every day! I could have ate nothing but rabbit because of my cats. They would have fed me. I wouldn't feed them. They would have fed me. So it's crazy shit. So one day they brought me a rabbit. Showed me that they brought me the rabbit. I was like, cool, I've got a rabbit now. And then it just left it. It left it, my cat just left a rabbit on the bed. On the bed. Now I can't ignore it. And I'm like, okay, little guy. And like, he just walks away. I'm like, all right, little guy, my cat's gone, so I guess you're free to go now. But he tries. He tries to wiggle his little legs. He squeals. He does all this nonsense. I'm like, okay, what's the problem, little guy? Can't move his legs. My cat has broken his spine. He's paralyzed a rabbit. I'm like, great. Now I got a paralyzed rabbit, and it's on my bed with me. What do I do now? And so I like cuddle the rabbit. I'm hoping that the rabbit's on his last legs, right? And so I'm just gonna cuddle the rabbit, and me and him, I'm gonna fall asleep together. The rabbit's not gonna wake up. It's gonna be a nice little moment. You could put this moment into a movie, you know, like on Lifetime. That's my plan. The rabbit sits there, squeals for about 30 minutes. My cat has paralyzed him, but he has not pierced his lungs. So this is the problem. I'm going to have to put this rabbit out of his misery. It'd be cruel and unusual to give the rabbit back. Find like some other rabbits, toss this rabbit at them, be like, this is what happens whenever you cross my motherfucking cat. Like it's the mafia. Like my cat just broke his legs. Like he owed the rabbit's money or some shit. No, that would be cruel and unusual. So I make up a plan. I'm going to have to take this rabbit out of his misery. Now, I went to the loony bin in 2017. It was towards the end of 2017. For 5 years after that, I cannot legally own a gun. But I'm also a student. I'm incredibly poor. Obsessively so. And so I also can't just like buy a gun from the gun dealer, the ones at the sides of the road or something. I don't know. So I don't have any illegal guns crammed up my ass either. So I don't have any guns. I don't have any bullets. I'm sitting here with a rabbit that I'm going to have to euthanize, mercy kill. I'm sitting there like, what do I do? What do I do with this rabbit? So I take him outside. I take him outside on the front porch. I've got my wood chopping axe. I'm like, all right, we're good to go. I line him up. I line him up like it's the beginning of fucking Skyrim. I line up this rabbit. I'm so rude at this point. I really want to decapitate this rabbit in one fell swoop. And so I'm rubbing the edge of the blade up against his neck. Now he knows what's going to happen. But he can't do anything about it. So I raise up my wood chopping axe and I give it a swing. And I have bisected this rabbit, but not all the way. I hit him in the... I miss badly. It's like I hit him in the stomach. He is stomach to spine bisected, and he's got this look on his face like I just punched him in the gut really hard. The wind has been driven out of his lungs. This hurts a lot. Okay, I'm gonna have to try again. So I'll wind up again and then kind of hit him towards the upper side of his body. Somewhere in that general neighborhood, and cleave him in twain. He was one piece. Now he's at a bare minimum 2 pieces. Rabbit. Not dead all the way, but certainly dying. And hopefully everything's going to go better from here on out for this rabbit. I gave him a one-way trip to Sovngarde. Everything should be okay between me and this rabbit. But just in case, I also chuck him into my burning rocket stove on my porch. And for some reason, for whatever reason, I make him go head first. So now I've bisected a paralyzed rabbit almost twice, and then threw him straight into the fiery pits of Ansorak. And he's burning in Hades. in the middle of my fucking porch. And that's why Harvest Moon used to prepare me for real life. Whenever my cow died, whenever penis ha ha, my cow died, and I cried real tears at age 10, that prepared me for chopping rabbits in half. So for all you people, all 2 people that are ever going to watch this video again for the rest of mine and your lives, whenever you see this again, just know it used to be something that really prepared you for life in the country. Now, not so much. What the fuck is this? Alright, man, whatever. Killing rabbits. Like of mice and men. Over time, I began to classify the stuff that my cats would kill like they were Pokemon. See, there's not just one type of rat in the state of Illinois, but you would think, like, my cats don't run around in the tall grass like they're trying to catch Pokemon. So they could only run into like 1 or 2 varieties out here, right? Wrong. There's more than one variety, even out here in the tall grass right in front of the trailer. So yeah, however. So I discovered several things. There are at least 3 different types of vermin that are just in the Medora area of Illinois. And they must fucking taste different as well, because my cats treated them different. So there's voles. Voles are like tiny little mice. They're like the miniature version of moles. They're voles. And my cats used to eat voles whole. They just eat the whole vole. Gulp, gone. Beautiful. So that was the way that voles worked. But then there was another version. There's another version that's kind of like a stereotypical rat. It just looks like any other rat, whatever, mouse. Picture a rat in your head, that's probably it. But then there was another one. There was a new one. They look like tiny little miniature kangaroos. Now the regular rats, my cats would eat the brains out of, like a zombie. My cats would eat the There we go, everything's back online. My cats would eat the top of the head and most of their backside, most of their back. So like spine, heart, lungs. My cats would just chomp down, eat all of that, and then leave the rest. But then there was rats that looked like tiny little kangaroos. And apparently they didn't taste good, because my cats would just kill them, drag them inside, show me, and it would be up to me to dispose of the evidence. Whenever it comes to dead animals, whenever you have pets and you're out here in the country, this is important. You have to learn things about them. Because if you just leave a dead animal in the house, it's going to stink. That much is obvious. But if you leave dead animals in the front yard, that's also bad. If you leave dead animals in the front yard, they're going to attract predators and scavengers. And they might attack your animals. there might be a fight. And that fight might lead to several $100s spent at the veterinarians. Or worse, it could kill one of your animals. Now you can go further out into the woods, but how far do your animals roam? These are things that you got to keep in your mind. How far do your animals roam? For the longest time, my grandparents just kind of took their leftovers and kind of walked across the street, essentially. They walked like 1 block away from their house. And then they would just kind of like slop their food there. But they didn't have any animals. They didn't have any pets. For me, I gotta burn them. I run a 24/7 crematorium for things that my cat can kill. It's the only way to keep him safe. This is like Death Stranding, you know? You can't just have something die anywhere around your property out here in the country and then just let it rot. You gotta do something with them. For a while I was doing what was called trench composting. Burying your kitchen scraps. Stuff like that. Well, whenever I'm looking for an area to bury my kitchen scraps, I often just look at where the moles have already dug up the earth. This is kind of like loose dirt. I'll bury the kitchen scraps there. And then the moles try to get back in their tunnels and they find precious kitchen scraps instead. And now they're going to come even more towards the house. The only thing I can do is set dead things on fire. It's important. So if you ever want to go out into the country, which I highly recommend, you got to jot these things down. These are tips from me to you. Save you a lot of time, money, wasted energy. People think that it stinks whenever you burn a dead thing. Not so. You probably won't smell a thing. I've tossed plenty of rats into my fireplace. And because of that, not only do my cats protect the assets on the farm and pay rent to my grandparents, but also they keep me warm. Now what the fuck do your cats do? They probably don't do shit. Fuck you and your cats. It comes from the heart. I want you all out there to know that. Back whenever my cats used to give me like a rabbit every day, I was like, people eat rabbits, man. People eat rabbits. It's like they're literally, and they would bring it to me in bed. It's like I used to joke and say that my cats brought me breakfast in bed. I can't joke about that shit anymore. My cats fucking bring me breakfast in bed. You can't eat rabbits around here, but hey V. Just talking about it, yeah, eating dead animals, V. Dead animals that my cat kills. These are all super important topics, and I hope that you feel welcome in the chat with these wonderful conversations. Holy fuck. Well, never mind. That's not the right time. Check my watch and the watch is wrong. And I'm gonna piss my pants, so I'm gonna get off here. But thanks for coming by to hear the and it's a possibility that I could eat it. eat the things that he killed. Thanks for popping by for that wonderful conversation. Probably won't stream this again. This is boring. So, whatever. See you later, everybody. Yep, good night.